And we are live. Oh, okay, I have reviewed the footage. And, the problem is that something has to be happening with Oh No, I guess. We're gonna see if doing that lets me get rid of more of the ship. Because I really do want more uh, Productivity 3 modules. When did this happen? Like, how long ago? Like 5 hours ago, I guess. How we doing on these? That's nice. And obviously the research is crunching. How we doing on resources? Patches are dwindling. Also, to be fair, you know, running for as long as it has been running, it's pretty amazing. Oh, and then I already did that one. There's a patch that I'm missing. I think that we're probably fine when it comes to the supply lines. I think we're just good. I don't really think any maintenance needs to be done. Other than upgrading the Oh No ship so that the bioflux doesn't run out every once in a while. But even then, I'm not really sure what's happening there. I'm not really sure. Because Gleba is like a self. It's like a black box. By that I mean like there shouldn't be anything that affects it, like ever. It's like consistent. You have any extra? No, you don't. I think I still want this. I think that's probably good for me. Let's see if you can't make this trip a little bit faster. I'm sure that these rocks die like instantly, I think. So our lasers do 290 damage, so they're doing like 29 damage a second. No, they're doing like 100 damage a second, just one laser. Why aren't you going? Oh, you're good. Okay, I understand. I don't really understand what our problem is. It should be super consistent. What? What? Oh, yeah. I need a I need a small break. Sorry, everybody. Hello. I am making my pre-reading food that I do. There will be reading soon. Oh my god, finally. This drill is done. Alright, well, that's enough to saturate a belt for now, but... how much is left? Yikes. That's not even enough for like 1,000,000 science, I don't think. So that's gonna run out before this does. So it's gonna last us another like 800 minutes, I think. That's nowhere near enough. I'm gonna have to find new coal. To be honest, I'd really like to maybe set up like a longer coal. You know, the kind of thing I can really sink my damn teeth into. This one seems pretty okay, but, well, yeah, something like that. 28's cool. 69's pretty good. 51. A coal out here. Why? Why, oh why? The patches out here are not as amazing as I would expect them to be. Oh well, these are all things I can deal with. Oh. Um. Maybe what happens is over time, the belt backs up so it doesn't drop one of the shipments. So if we just double the capacity of the... Oh, not necessarily double, but this should fix it, I think. I think that that's what's happening. Is that eventually the belt will end up all the way back up here, right? This crate fills up, right? And then... and then it's got nowhere to put it, so it doesn't make a call one of the times, right? But then everything on the belt expires, right? See, like, this isn't a problem right now because it's still getting nutrients. Right, like, as long as there's bioflux on the belt, we're good. See, and now we're back to this. And we should be getting the other side of the belt filled now, too. I think that'll help, but I'm honestly not super sure. Alright. Guitari soon, gamers. I have finished my pre-beating snack. Alright, save it up. Roll wipers. Alright, time to do the announcement stuff and all that. We've got about we've got about 70 pages to read to finish this book out. I don't know if we will finish it today, but I'm thinking we will. And I'll probably call it there. I don't think that we're gonna start Tsubasa Cat, but we'll see. We will see. A Jagiri Nawa. After pondering for a while, so began Oshino, in a frightfully weighty voice, almost as if he had detested the name. He tended to speak in a flitting or even snide way, and this wasn't a tone you often heard him take. The only thing it could be is a Jagiri Nawa. That's all it could be, and I can state that for a fact. It was sometimes called a Jakiri, or a Janawa, or a Hebi Kiri Nawa, snake cutting, snake rope, snake cutting rope, or even just Kuchinawa, a mouth rope? So just one way to say snake? Right? Snake, Oshino repeated. Snake. The general term for reptiles in class Reptilia order Squamata subordered Serpentes, noted for their long, thin, cylindrical bodies covered in scales. They have hundreds of vertebrae and are able to squirm about freely. So it went demon, cat, crab, snail, monkey, and now snake. Putting aside the demon as a special case, snakes felt like they had the worst reputation of the bunch. They felt like such an ominous symbol. Cats, crabs, snails, and monkeys had nothing on them when it comes to spookiness. Ha! Oshino laughed as always in his falsely carefree way, forcing himself to ditch the gloomy tone. Well, you're not wrong to have that impression, Araragi. Araragi-kun. Since long ago, snakes have been seen as that sort of thing. There are a ton of snake-related aberrations, after all. They're carnivores, I guess, and we do have sayings like a snake in the grass. Plus, some of them have lethal poisons. So I suppose you can't blame people for feeling that way. In the way of venomous snakes, here in Japan we have pit vipers, tiger keelbacks, habus. But then on the other hand, some see snakes as holy, or at least there's a tradition of worshipping serpent gods. It's common to nearly every region in the world, a symbol both holy and wicked. That's the snake. And that shrine, it was for worshipping a snake god too, wasn't it? Huh. Wait, why do you know that? I kept it a secret from you. Oh, I see. Ojo-sama, class president, told you. How'd you figure that out? Well, she's the only one around you who'd know. Maybe I should have given the talisman job to her. You managed to reel in trouble no matter where you go. Class president Ojo-sama seems like she has a better head on her shoulders. She hasn't finished repaying you, remember? Did she now? Oh, she already finished repaying you, remember? Did she now? Oshino played dumb. It was the same kind of reaction I'd come to expect from him. Still, I said, snakes just feel evil to me. I don't really get people worshipping some serpent god. The only snake I can think of that it doesn't seem evil is maybe the Tsuchinoko. Ah, yes. Now that takes me back. I once did everything I could to find one of those damned things, hoping to collect a reward. Never caught any, though. I don't know about any expert going for that. Plus, you couldn't even find any. Oh, how about that thing? Isn't it an aberration, the Ouroboros or whatever? The circular one that's eating its own tail. Oh, that. If you're going to bring that up, it's not quite a snake eating its own tail, but some snakes eat other snakes. The king cobra, I think? It's quite a sight to see photos of a snake swallowing its own kind. Huh. Well, personally, I find snakes scary. Not on some rational, but instinctual level. Just looking at one stops me in my tracks. Land-based creatures shaped like that are rare. I suppose it's like watching a fish swim on land. That certainly qualifies as unique. So I guess it's only natural for people to see them as bizarre. Look, like, don't you respect the first person who ever ate a sea cucumber? And on top of that, snakes have extraordinary vitality. You can try and try, but it takes a lot to kill one, you know? You hear about half-dead snakes, but what that really tells you is just how many hit points those things have. For something of that size, it's off the charts, huh? It's important to know that snakes aren't considered pests to humans, though. You must have heard of snake wine, right? I've never had any, of course. Then what about eating one? I've had sea snake paired with snake wine in Okinawa. They say eating snake is good for longevity. I don't really see myself ever eating snake, but I suppose it doesn't seem as bad as a sea cucumber. You're so narrow-minded. Or rather, you're so gutless. Balking at a mere snake. Over on the mainland, there are regions where they eat woofy woofs, right? I don't have any intention of repudiating anyone's food culture, but could you at least not say woofy woof when you're talking about eating them? In author's note or reader's note, woofy woof is probably him referring to uh, eating dogs in China, but he probably I give that context because he probably actually said wan wans, which is how they sometimes refer to dogs in a cute way. Another one of these conversations with Oshino. It was that, yes. However, his expression was still vaguely dark, or so it seemed. Maybe it was just my imagination. The abandoned ruins of a defunct cram school. The fourth floor. There I stood facing an eccentric man with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. A frivolous, Hawaiian shirt bastard to whom I owed my gratitude. Meimei Oshino. I was alone. I'd asked Suruga Kanbaru and Nariko Sengoku to stand by and wait. For wondering where they were in the Araragi family home, sitting in my room. Putting aside my parents, my two Imoto were definitely inclined to enter my room without asking, but with the door locked, it was most likely fine for a few hours. I had to admit that at some part of me did feel it was dangerous to leave Suruga Kanbaru with her personality, not to mention her sapphic bent, under the same roof as Sengoku and my Imoto without any supervision. But well, I just had to trust my Kohai. And, above all, I had a reason to avoid bringing Kanbaru and Sengoku here. A reason I didn't want to bring them along to meet Oshino. Afterwards, Kanbaru and I brought the Sengoku along with us and headed to my home. I had Sengoku sit on the back of my seat of my bike. Kanbaru ran alongside us without breaking a sweat, as I'd have expected. Kanbaru's condition returned to normal as soon as we climbed down the mountain. That bit the day before about her feeling better after eating lunch seemed to be a misunderstanding on my part. Luckily, no one was home. Both of my Imoto looked to be out. There were signs that they had come home once. Since deceiving their eyes would have been the trickiest part of slipping into my home, for which I hadn't devised any concrete plan coming back, my reaction was one of honest relief. My my youngest Imoto, in particular. If she didn't remember her friend from grade school offhand, seeing her in person would do it. My sister, my Imoto, would certainly wonder what was going on if her brother came home with an old pal of hers. We went straight to my room. Koyomi Oni-chan, muttered Sengoku in a vanishing voice. Her face was cast down and I barely heard her. You changed rooms. Yeah, I'm in my own room now. Both my Imoto are still in that room, though. I think they'll come back after a while. Do you want to see them? No, Sengoku shook her head listlessly. Her voice was muted, and so were her reactions. It would made her body seem somehow smaller. She should have had 6 years of growth and development. Yet she seemed far smaller than when we'd played before, relatively speaking, of course. Maybe it was only because I'd also seen 6 years of growth. For some reason, I fell silent. Then, ha! So this is my senpai's room, Kamadu said in her plucky voice, smashing through the mood before it could grow awkward. She took a look around. It's a lot tidier than I expected. Sure, compared to your room. This is my first time in a boy's room. Oh, I realized as soon as she said it. Come to think of it, this was also my first time having a girl who wasn't family in my room. Even Senjukahata had yet to visit my house. Goshly, inviting a girl into your room was a standard rite of passage for a teenager, but I let in my my girlfriend's kohai prior to my girlfriend. Was this okay? First a date, and now this? But fine, my Imoto's old friend was with us too, and it was an emergency. Sengoku had told us at the shrine, in her tiny little voice. I'll tell you why, so take me somewhere indoors where people won't see us. Why? Why what? Why she killed those snakes? Why she sliced them up? The first place that came to mind was Kambaru's home. But I shot the idea down internally before she could suggest it, because Kambaru's room was so messy I'd call it lawless terrain. As hinted above, no, I'd go as far as to call it a war zone. I couldn't show that kind of room to an innocent middle schooler. That left my home as the only option. And anyway, Sengoku would probably feel anxious if we took her somewhere completely new. My home was a place where she'd played more than a few times in the past. Okay, then why don't we look around for some dirty books? That's what guys do when they go to their male friends' rooms. Just sit over there. I'd find it worthwhile to know your tastes. Not only do I not find it worthwhile, I find it actively harmful. Ah, so you admit owning books that are harmful to minors. Says the living harmful book. Take your pick, Compadu. Sit down or jump out of that window. I'm just kidding, of course. I looked into your taste long ago when I was still stalking you. I know every dirty book you've bought lately. What? No way. I was certain no one was in the store. I made sure. Your tastes are quite out there, aren't they? You're down to one option. Jump out that window. I'm sure most girls would, faced with that kind of fetish. Heh. But that's like child's play for me. I could withstand it. She's proud of it. When I looked, Sengoku was snickering but trying to hide it. She seemed tickled by our exchange. Gah, I was embarrassed. I'd been wondering the whole time on the way back, how friendly should I be acting with this old acquaintance of mine? Not to mention, Sengoku was quiet, if anything. She seldom spoke, and only ever did so shyly. Sen Shinobu, Oshino, Hanakawa, Senjukahara, Hachikuchi, and Kambaru were all voluble, garrulous despite their various inclinations. Shinobu, rampant arrogance. Oshino, frivolous sarcasm. Hanekawa, moralizing instruction. Senjukahara, bitter abuse. Hachikuji, two-faced politeness. Kambaru, fawning flattery. Dealing with this new silent character was refreshing. Of course, Shinobu had grown taciturn after becoming a child. Was Sengoku quiet now, just as she had been as a child? Yes, it did feel like she always had her head down, but honestly, I couldn't recall the details vividly. I couldn't remember. She was introverted, spoke little, and always face down. But she seemed to have remembered me. Koyomi Oni-chan. Yes, Nariko Sengoku once referred to me in that manner. As for what I'd called her, well, I'd forgotten. Maybe Nariko, maybe Narishiko. Either way, I couldn't call her that anymore. Sengoku was Sengoku. Oni-chan and Kambaru-san, Sengoku said at last, quietly of course. Could you please turn away for a moment? Dots. We silently did as she said. We turned our backs on Sengoku and faced the wall. While I may have told Kambaru to jump out of the window, I felt relieved that she was with me after all. In fact, after I called out to Sengoku at the shrine, I was at a loss as she stood there stiffly, and it was Kambaru who single-handedly pulled off the feat of getting her to open up. Seducing any younger girl within 10 seconds has been no idle boast. I was willing to admit that Koyomi Oni-chan alone would have been useless. I'd have fretted miserably, and that would have been it. Looking back on it, Sengoku hadn't just frozen in place, her shoulders slumping as she had been coming to an end. As if the world were coming to an end. She'd gone completely blank. Drawing her back out would have been nigh impossible with my meager skills. My dear senpai, Kambaru whispered as we looked at the same wall. She seemed to be hushing her voice so that Sengoku wouldn't hear, and I replied likewise. What is it? You might not welcome it, but my plan is to start livening things up. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? I think you may have already noticed, but that girl, Sengoku, seems to be quite emotionally unstable. I've seen a lot of girls like her, both older and younger than me. She's a serious case. The slightest shock could drive her to self-harm. Self-harm. Those chisels. I'd forgotten to take them from her. They were inside the bag around her waist. Everything from a triangular blade to a cutting blade, a full set of 5. It didn't sound exaggerated. In fact, if Kambaru hadn't intervened exactly when she did after I yelled Sengoku's name, That totally could have been. Even I could tell. You're a kind person, Kamadu murmured, so it might be hard for you to act merry when someone's feeling down, but sinking with her depressed state would only make things worse here. I wouldn't say it's like Maxwell's demon, but I need to lift Sengoku's spirit right now. Dots. Huh. So was that the reason for the earlier talk about dirty books? It seemed I had underestimated Kambaru. I'd wondered if she was just obtuse when she said that, but my judgment had been too superficial. Sunaga Kambaru gave more thought to her actions than I knew. Okay then, I said, if that's how it is, go well. I'll follow along. Yes, I might get carried away and assault you, but I'd like your generosity to extend to that possibility too. I can't be generous about that. How exactly were you planning to liven things up? I managed to pull off the impressive feat of yelling in a whisper. Now I'm starting to feel bummed out too. The slightest shock could drive me to self-harm. There's no need for despair, you know what they say. Though it may be winter, the ice age isn't far behind, and night is always followed by a century of darkness. No one says that. What could those sayings even mean? No matter how bad things may seem now, it's as easy as it's ever going to be. What a seemingly positive but horribly pessimistic message. There is no rain that doesn't turn to a flood. Yes, there is. It rains without turning into a flood all the time. See? Now you sound positive again. Ah, you tricked me. I suddenly heard a stifled laugh from behind me, like someone was struggling to keep quiet. It was Sengoku. It seemed she just barely heard us. If that was Kamburu's plan all along, she really was something. It's okay now. Please turn back around, Sengoku said. When I did, I saw Nautica's Sengoku fully in the nude, standing straight on the bed, as she looked down in embarrassment. No, she wasn't completely nude. She had taken her hat off naturally, and even her sock, but she was still wearing volleyball shorts. Other than that, there wasn't a thread left on her body, though she did use the palms of her hands to hide her modest breasts. Wait, volleyball shorts? Huh? Just as I'd guessed, Sengoku attended the same middle school that I graduated from, but hadn't they retired volleyball shorts and introduced baggier athletic shorts by the time I started there? Ah, well, company said, I just happened to be carrying those around and lent them to her. I see you just happened to be carrying around volleyball shorts. They're a simple and tasteful part of a young lady's life. No, that'd be a sick and twisted plot on a young lady's life. I had them ready in case something like this came to pass. What did you think was coming to pass? What exactly did you think I wanted when I summoned you today? You're making me doubt my own credibility, and where did you even get a pair of those things anyway? If this were an old-timey manga, that's the kind of item that would prompt lines like, Impossible! That tribe was supposed to have been wiped out long ago! Yep, while it may not look like it, I have excellent foresight. I saw that the culture would someday be wiped out and decided to conserve 150 pairs of them beforehand. Isn't that overhunting rather than conserving? Hasn't she made them go extinct, to be honest? Dots. A high school boy and a high school girl having a lively and jovial discussion about volleyball shorts while a nearly naked middle school girl stood there on a bed. An outside viewer might see it as fairly serious case of bullying. Sengoku's bangs, hidden earlier by her hat, were longer than I expected, covering her eyes. Maybe she was doing it on purpose out of embarrassment. The cuticles of her lustrous black hair shone. It seemed she'd hidden her clothes under my comforter after taking them off. The fact that she was wearing those shorts as per Kambadu's ministrations, and that she'd taken even her bra off, suggested that displaying her underwear was more embarrassing than baring her skin for this old female acquaintance of mine. She undoubtedly looked more provocative than she intended. They were nothing but basketball shorts, but I didn't understand middle school girls' sensibilities. But, unfortunately, of Dash, I guess you might say, sex appeal had nothing to do with the situation. What is that? It had taken me a while, but the surprised words found their way out of my mouth when I saw Nadeko Sengoku's skin. Her skin was covered in traces of scales from the toes of her 2 feet up to her collarbones. Clear traces of scales on every inch of her body. For a moment, I wondered if scales had grown directly on her body, but I looked closer to realize that wasn't the case. The scales were imprinted onto her body, like with a wood block print pressed onto her skin, as it were. Reminds me of rope bondage, Mark, Kambaru said. Oh. Indeed, there did seem to be signs of internal bleeding and here and there on her body, and the painful-looking markings made it look like she had been tied up. Asking Comedy why she had such intimate knowledge of rope bondage marks would only complicate things, so I decided to let it slide for the time being. No, maybe not rope bondage marks as much as something going from her toes up through all through her legs all the way to her torso. It was as something was gripped around her, something we couldn't see. Traces of scales on every inch of her body, gripped around her, gripping, possessing her. The only parts of her body without those marks were her arms, as well as her head from the neck up. There was no need to go the extra step of having her show us her hips and lower abdomen, now hidden by those volleyball shorts. Scales. Is it so if they were scales? Fish? No, they weren't fish scales, but of reptiles. A snake. Snake. Serpent. Oni-chan, Sengoku said, her voice still vanishingly small, her voice shaking. You're a grown-up already, so you aren't having any dirty thoughts seeing me naked, are you? Huh? Oh, no, no way, right, Kamadu? Yes, I guess? Hey, play along. Where'd all that loyalty of yours go? Sengoku, it might do you good going forward to know that some people think dirty thoughts when they see little girls nude precisely because they're adults. You betrayed me, and we'd gotten along so well until now. I don't know. Though, I think in this case, it only makes you more suspect as a man if you show no interest whatsoever in seeing her naked, or maybe it's just rude to her? Kamadu seemed fairly solemn as she said this to me. Thinking about it, I had to admit she was right. While the situation was anything but sexual, and while there were snake scales imprinted along her entire body, it still felt impolite to see a girl naked and not feel a thing. I seem to recall Sendoku Hara saying that providing some feedback was just good manners. I turned to face Sengoku. I spoke to her in the most serious voice I could manage. Let me correct myself. I do have a few little dirty thoughts seeing you nude, Sengoku. Sengoku's shoulders began to shake as she was trying to stifle her anguish. Tears began to stream from her eyes, and she began to cry. Hey, Kamadu, I made a middle school girl cry because I took your advice. A middle school girl, do you understand? It's all over for me. How are you going to make this right? No one should have guessed that you'd put it so directly. Kamadu was looking at me, appalled. It didn't seem like she'd been trying to trick me. Sengoku said, crouching down on my bed, her head bowed, mumbling so quietly it was barely audible. And yet, the words were certain. I hate having this body. Sengoku, I hate it. Save me, Koyomi Oni-chan, she said in a tearful voice. And then... Oh, there's a page break. We're on a new section. And then, an hour later, I was visiting a derelict building inhabited by Oshino and Shinobu that once housed a cram school with only a few days separating me from my last visit on Saturday. You're late. I've been waiting. Oshino greeted me in his arrogant, all-knowing tone. Meimei Oshino, an expert on the subject of aberrations, a specialist, an authority. The man who lifted me from the veil of darkness I found myself under during spring break after being attacked by a vampire and getting turned into one myself in this day and age. My savior. A Hawaiian shirted dude, age unknown, an awful role model, no fixed address who went from journey to journey. Tsubasa Hanekawa when she was charmed by a cat. Hitagi Sentoku when she encountered a crab. Mayoi Hachikuji when she got lost with a snail. Tsuruga Kambaru when she wished to a monkey. All of them received help from Oshino. I don't know if I'll ever fully repay the favor, but to be frank, if he weren't my savior, I wouldn't want to get to know his type very well. By no means. He had an awful personality. He was no font of goodwill. He was like an avatar of caprice. While I'd known him for some time, since spring break, I still couldn't understand large swaths of his personality. He sat cross-legged on top of a makeshift bed he had fashioned by tying together with plastic rope a number of desks that kids must have once used to study away. After I explained all of the above, Oshino said in a tormented voice, almost as if he detested the name. Jagiri-nawa. Jagiri-nawa, huh? Never heard of that one. It's pretty famous. I think it's a form of serpent shamanism. Serpent shaman? Not serpent bearer? Serpent bearers are from Greek mythology. Serpent shamanism is domestic. You know, like serpent god mediums. I guess there isn't much point in talking to you about that. Still, a Jagiri Nawa. So would that make this girl your kohai? He doesn't really feel like it because of how much younger she is. So she's my imoto's friend. Aha, so she's like a imoto to you. Don't go around assigning my acquaintances to whatever position. She does call you her Oni-chan. Dots. I told him too much. What an honest chump. It was like I couldn't tell a lie. No, I was just bad at hiding things. And that Oni-chan of days gone by, Oshino added, is now Lil Ragiko. Time really does fly like an arrow. I don't get called that. That was just a joke Kamadu made. I think it suits you well, though. Forget about it. You know, I've been calling those girls, Tsundere Ojo-chan and class president Ojo-chan all this time, while you are simply Araragi, and I was beginning to feel prejudiced. From now on, I'll be more impartial and call you Lil Ragiko. Please don't. I'm begging you. It does feel like it could stick. After we went back and forth like that for a bit, Oshino got back on track. At any rate, you managed to finish your job on time regardless. Good work, Araragi. Araragi-kun. Oh, yeah, I guess. I'd never expected to be thanked by Oshino. I was so taken aback that my reaction must have seemed a little odd. I have to say, I couldn't have ever done it myself. Give my thanks to that Ojo-san too. Oshino started to think. He must have meant Kambaru, but he wasn't sure what to call her. That made me realize he hadn't settled on a tag for her yet. Hanekawa was class president Ojo-san. The Senjugahara was Tsundere Ojo-san. Hachikuji was Lost Girl. Was Lil Lost Girl. I don't actually know. Oh, Lost Girl Chan. So Kambaru would be Sporty Chan. That Pervy Chan. I guess he's gonna say it's probably Hentai Chan. It's either Hentai Chan or Sukebe Chan. But I think he's probably saying Hentai Chan. Dots. It seemed that Oshino saw Kambaru more as a hentai character than as an athlete. Not that I didn't see where he was coming from. I thought he'd hit the mark myself. Couldn't you at least draw the line at something like Safi-chan? She is, despite it all, a girl. Huh? You think so? Okay, I'd be fine with that. Anyway, both you and her are now even with me. Let her know that. Even? So we don't know you anything? Right. There's something I wanted to ask you, just to be sure. Oshino, may I? What is it? It seemed like the moment we entered those grounds, Kambaru suddenly started feeling sick. Is that relevant? I had Kambaru wait at home because I wanted to ask Oshino the question when she wasn't around. Oshino said with a sidelong glance. Araragi-kun, what about you? Huh? How did you feel? Did you get sick or anything? No, I was fine. I see. Well, you'd given little Shinobi your blood the day before, so I guess it makes sense. It means you were lucky. Lucky? Remember what I just told you? It isn't something I could have ever done. That shrine used to be the center of this town. The center? Really? If anything, I'd say it's placed not in terms of location. Well, it stopped being used long ago. There shouldn't be anything to the place nowadays, seeing how everyone has forgotten about it. But Shinobu. Shinobu, what about her? You know how she wandered into the town? She's a legendary vampire from a noble bloodline. A vampire, the king of aberrations. I guess you could say her influence activated the spot. Bad things were starting to gather there. There? You mean at that shrine? That shrine, even the gods seem not to visit? Bad things? Yep, you could say it had become like an air pocket or maybe a kind of hangout. Places like that exist. Centers. Part of why I stayed here, even after Shinobu's case ended, was to find that hangout, though my own goal, of course, was to collect aberrations. Ha! I got to meet class president Ojo-san and Tsundere Ojo-san, thanks to it. So I will say I had my fun. When you say bad things, what exactly do you mean? Various things. Various things. There's nothing I can put concisely. Or rather, these things don't have names yet. You couldn't even call them aberrations at this point. A haunt frequented by the bizarre. That is what it had become. What gathered there weren't humans. The literally bizarre had. And Kambaru started feeling sick because of that, I asked? That's right. One moment. Safi-chan's left arm is still a monkey's, so it's easier for her to be affected by bad things. It's the same for you. But as aberrations, there's an overwhelming difference in rank between her monkey and Shinobu. It means that while she's lost her resistance against those kinds of phenomena, you've actually built up a decent resistance to bad things. Dots, did you know all along, Yoshino, that Kamadu would feel that way? Don't glare at me. You're always so spirited, Araragi-kun. Something good happened to you? It's not like Safi-chan suffered in anything in particular. And she owed me. She wouldn't be paying me back unless she went through a few struggles. Her especially. Don't you agree? Dots. He may be right. It was just that I couldn't see it in such a strict light. Maybe that suffering was something Kamadu needed to experience. At least I couldn't see her complaining to Oshino even if she found out. That was the kind of person that she was. Well, the rest is up to her now, Oshino said. The fate of that left arm is her problem. If she can make it to 20 without incident, she'll be freed from her aberration. That'd be nice. You're a good person, Araragi-kun, as usual. What's that supposed to mean? It sounds like you're trying to imply something. Not really. I was just wondering if you weren't a little jealous of her going back from fellow non-human to human again. Dots. Not really. I've already made peace with myself when it comes to my body. It's all sorted and settled. So stop trying to stir up trouble by saying those kinds of things. Don't say anything unnecessary to Kamadu either. I don't want her to feel like she owes me anything. You're right. I'm sorry. You stuck the talisman on the door of the main hall, right? That's a little bit of a lazy job, but it's fine. It should scatter those bad things to some degree. To some degree? A talisman placed by an amateur isn't going to change things that dramatically. In fact, it'd be an issue if they did. We only need to nudge the natural flow of things. Or else, who knows what could happen elsewhere in that sense. The choice to do a half-assed job by placing on the door might not have been a bad choice at all. Why couldn't you do it? Oh, Dots, why couldn't you do it? Whether it's aberrations or whatever bad things that precede them, that's your field of expertise, isn't it? Or is this a case of you forcing yourself to come up with a job so that Kanbaru could pay off her debt to you? I won't say that wasn't a factor, but it really would have been hard for me. Just look at me. I'm as thin and wimpy as I am. I don't have the stamina to climb up a mountain. That's not the line of a wanderer going from journey to journey. Was I being transparent? Well, yes, that was a joke. Physical stamina isn't the issue. It's more of a mental thing. Just like what happened to you in Safi-chan. Because you're aberrations. I stimulate those bad things needlessly. Because I'm an expert. I'd have no choice but to do something if they decided to attack me. And in that case, I'd end up turning that hangout into a perfect vacuum. There's no telling what might stream into it next. Worst case, we'd have another Shinobu. I needed to talk with my parents, and also I sent out a note because little author's note. This is in the anime. They do not explain this. They do not explain why Oshino does not place the talisman himself. So I sent that to Chancellor because I think it's neat to get explanations for things that we didn't get explanations for. I don't really get it, Dots, but is it like how humans shouldn't affect the balance of the natural world just to make things more convenient for us? Sending someone like me or Kambaru instead of the too powerful Oshino going there helps to keep them calm? Yeah, something like that, he brushed me off. The truth must have been a bit more complicated, or maybe it was something else entirely, but there didn't seem to be any point in delving into the matter. Kambaru and Oshino were even now, just as long as that much was clear. Not just her, you know, Oshino said breezily. Your debts with me are all settled now too. Huh? I couldn't hide my surprise. Those didn't seem like he would even speak. I owed you 5 million yen. In cash terms, yes. That's how much your job this time was worth, though. You essentially managed to prevent the Great Yokai War from taking place. It was that big of a deal? I wish he would have told me earlier. But when I thought about it, the job was big enough to instantly cancel out Kambadu's bill despite her headache of a case. So I should have expected him to deduct a suitably sizable chunk of my debts, too. Not taking yourself into account sounded beautiful, but in reality, it just made you feel like an idiot. We're all settled, Ashino assured, but I almost feel like I owe you a little bit of change. Whatever. Let's talk about that girl. The Missy who is like your imoto. You're making this sound like a pretty urgent matter after all. Am I? It's only your arms and neck and head that's unaffected, right? Ouch. Once the Jagiri Nawa comes up to her face, that's it, Araragi-kun. The Jagiri Nawa is an aberration that kills people. I need you to understand that. This case is a rather serious one. Dots. I'd thought that might be so. Those scale marks had a sinister air, but it felt so much more grave coming from an expert's mouth. It wasn't a deathly aberration, it was a killing aberration. Snake venom can kill humans, they say. Neurotoxins, hemotoxins, cardiotoxins, the whole gamut. If you don't go at it with a serum, you can get pulled into it. Snakes are tricky, you see. Though, surprisingly enough, the poisonous ones tend to taste better, Oshino added. Oshino, exactly what kind of aberration is the Jagiri Nawa? Before I let you know, tell me the title of the book Missy was reading in the book... Missy? I'm just gonna say Chan for Missy. I don't know. Missy is really weird to translate. You said to Safi-chan that you'd tell her later, but you never did you? What book was it? Reading in the bookstore aisle. What book was it? Looking at it made you feel certain that there was something about that girl. Oh, well, that's exactly what you'd expect. 12,000 yen. Wow, 12,000 yen. That's roughly like $120 by old exchange rate. By new exchange rate, it's like $80. Hardcover called A Complete Collection of Snake Curses. Dots. The title makes it sound like a recent book, not from the before the war or the Edo period. Yeah, the cover looked brand new too. But the title was more than enough to make me think of the dead snakes, chopped into 5, that I'd seen the day before. Of course, as soon as I'd witnessed the carcasses on Sunday, I vaguely suspected Sengoku, whom we just passed on the stairs, but it was when I saw the book's title that my suspicion turned into certainty. Long sleeves, long pants, but her long pants may not have been for entering the mountains, and more of a way to hide the scale marks imprinted on her legs. In fact, that had to be it. This body. I hate having this body, she'd said. Kambari must have understood the way Sengoku felt. The bandage wrapped around her left arm was there to hide her monkey's arm. When I thought about it, that was on a different level from me growing out my hair in the back to hide my bite marks. And come to think of it, when Kambari wanted to show me what lay under the bandages, she'd invited me to her house, not wanting anyone else to see. In that sense, those two face similar circumstances. Those two. What could they be talking about right now? Dots. Safi-chan, you better not be seducing her. I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you, alright? My limited knowledge doesn't cover what kind of book that is, Oshino admitted, but it must include information on the Jagiri Nawa. Serpent shamanism is basically synonymous with snake curses, after all. So are serpent shamans like witch doctors or something? Well, yes. These aren't naturally occurring aberrations. They're commanded by someone's clear or explicit malice. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be malice, but sicking the Jagiri Nawa on someone sounds like nothing else. Oh. I heard that too. You did? Well, yeah. Sengoku didn't give me a name. It was partly my fault because I didn't feel like grilling an introvert like her. But Sengoku stubbornly refused to give up a name. The culprit's name. But she did tell me it was someone in her class. A friend from her class. What with the curse placed on her, I thought former friend was more like it. I told Oshino it's a middle schooler's idea of a charm. Some sort of fad, apparently. These charms go a little deep into the occult. Most are complete whiffs, of course, but I guess you could say Sengoku is the unlucky exception. Unlucky, huh? Oshino echoed suggestively. Charms and curses. I suppose the two are similar. But Araragi-kun, from what you're saying, the perpetrator is a rank amateur, a middle schooler. The Jagiri Nawa isn't supposed to be the kind of aberration that a beginner can handle. Like a broken clock getting the time right. Couldn't it have been a fluke? Could it? Why did this classmate want to curse Chan and to begin with? According to the bits and pieces I gathered from her, it was actually over love. Someone being head over heels. This friend had a boy she liked, and that boy told Sengoku he loved her. But not knowing any of that, Sengoku turned him down, earning her resentment. How typical. Well, this is a middle school romance we're talking about. Not that the views of someone who'd never dated a girl until his last year of high school counted for much. If she started dating him without knowing, that's one thing, commented Oshino. But you'd think turning him down wouldn't have mattered. It's about feelings, I guess. Maybe even Sengoku turned him down. Maybe when Sengoku turned him down, the other girl resented something precious to her getting dissed. I made it sound like my interpretation, but it was Kabuto's take. How could I hope to understand the mentality of a middle school girl? If Kabuto thought so, I could only suppose that she was right. Oh, huh. Well, who cares about the reason? People don't need reasons to hate each other. So things soured and ended with a curse. Ah, how fleeting friendship is. That's why I don't make friends. Is that so? I wanted to retort to that, but if I tried to quip at everything Oshino said, our conversation would last through the night, and then some. I needed to control myself. I couldn't leave those two waiting forever. Sengoku said she was reading a complete collection of snake curses, because she wanted to figure out how to get rid of hers. Today wasn't the first time she read that book, either. She'd been going back to it, over and over for a while now. Almost every day, reading, then reading some more, and consulting it to try every curse removal, ritual, purification, exorcism, and the like by herself. That's what those were. The sliced snakes. It wasn't like a ritual. A ritual was precisely what it was. Using a chisel struck me as grotesque at first, but it seemed that those were the only bladed objects Sengoku owned. Maybe the most readily accessible edged tools for a middle school girl was in fact her chisel set. Removing a snake curse by killing snakes. The idea smells fishy to me, I continued. And actually, she said her condition started to get worse when she started killing snakes like that. No, Araragi-kun. Repelling a Jagiri Nawa by cutting up snakes isn't wrong. Actually, it's the right and proper thing to do. The method was probably listed in the Jagiri Nawa section of the so-called complete collection. But she's quite the brave young lady, isn't she? Catching snakes on her own and killing them? It's wonderful. You keep describing her as docile and quiet, but I find that hard to believe. Well, this is the countryside at the end of the day. You can't let yourself be surprised by a girl who picks up snakes with her bare hands. One moment. That's hard for me to accept as a city boy. What makes you a city boy exactly? Well, you could say Sengoku had been pushed to that point by the curse by the Jagiri Nawa. She'd cried. There was nothing brave about her. If anything, she was delicate. Too delicate. It's not that killing snakes will remove a curse, Araragi-kun. What's important here is the cutting up of snakes. Here, the snakes are a metaphor for rope. Jagiri Nawa. Nawa. Rope. No matter how tightly you're bound, cut the rope and you'll be free. Bound. Rope bondage marks. She was being bound by a snake. A rope, huh? Shino went on. There's a saying that once you're bitten by a snake, you'll jump at the sight of a rope, and in this case, snake equals rope. What makes a rope is that it can be cut. That doesn't seem to make sense, though. Sengoku said she'd already killed more than 10 snakes at that time, but far from going away. The curse was only getting worse. The more snakes she killed, the faster this ghost climbed up rolling from her toes. That's what she told me. It was proof that the curse was progressing. Well, like I always say, reminded Oshino, when it comes to these things, the process matters. This Chan, who's like your Imoto, is a complete rank amateur, right? In general, it's harder to remove a curse than to place one. So of course, her condition is going to get worse if she goes by her half knowledge. If you kill snakes while the snake is possessing you, of course you're going to make it mad. You're right in that regard, Araragi-kun. But this conversation is helping me see why a curse placed by another complete amateur of a middle school girl has been so successful. My initial assumption was that hell has no fury like a woman scorned, but I guess I missed the mark. It's bad luck. What do you mean? Chan probably learned that a curse has been placed on her before it ever began to work. Judging by the fact that she knows exactly who it was, she must have heard it straight from the girl. Damn you, I placed a curse on you, or something. Chan panicked, went to the bookstore to find out how to get rid of it, and climbed up a mountain that's known for having a lot of snakes, so she could cut them up. I guess she found the shrine by accident? Or maybe she knew about it in advance. Then she got busy killing those snakes. What about that is bad luck? The spot. Remember what I said? An air pocket. A hangout. Oh, a place where bad things gathered. Those bad things that Shinobu's presence had activated. And that strengthened the curse, I asked? Not strengthened. Most likely it wouldn't have triggered at all if not for that spot. Unlike you and Safi-chan, her body must be a regular human. So while she probably didn't feel unwell, the bad things affected her in the form of the Jagiri Nawa. She had no way to fight back, no resistance, a rank amateur. So it's like she deepened her own wounds, I said. It's not like she wounded herself, although it's a cruel way to put it. It's like she wounded herself, although it's a cruel way to put it. Nothing would have happened if she'd done nothing. Actually, the description in this complete collection of snake curses might be half-assed to begin with. I try to refrain from speaking ill of books I haven't read, but it's a strong possibility. On top of it all, you have an amateur edition and curse removal ritual in a spot like that. Those bad things must have worked in a bad direction. What a quagmire. A quagmire indeed. Your bad luck could get that bad? I suppose the silver lining for her was being reunited with you right as matters were coming to a head. You do plan on doing something for the girl, right? Am I wrong to? No, not necessarily. Neither seek nor shun the fight, after all. But it is a little tough for me to understand. I get taking pity on her, but why go so far? Because she's your Imoto's friend? She's your Imoto's old friend? Or because her last name reminds you of your girlfriend's? Huh? Oh, because Sengoku is 1,000 koku, as in how they used to value territories, and Senjogahara means battlefield? Actually, I'd never considered that one. I only realized her for the first time now. Well, no, I mean she's in such distress. Isn't it normal to want to do something? What a good person, Oshino said. He gave it such an unpleasant ring. There's a book called The Compilation of Snake Curses that was put together in mid-Edo. It's an odd tome containing nothing but snake-related aberrations. That's where the Jagiri Nawa first appears in print, with an illustration to boot. An illustration? What does it look like? It depicts a man who's being constricted by a giant snake. The tail's design resembles a straw rope, while the snake's head is in the man's mouth. His jaw is open as far as it can go, almost as if he's a snake. That's the picture. Snakes can swallow animals as big as chickens. Whole, after all. Constricted. Gripped. Possessed. Dots. In other words, Araragi-kun, Chan's body is in the grips of such a giant snake as we speak, and a snake is gripping and possessing and constricting her, tightly and mercilessly. But she said it doesn't hurt. That's a lie. Of course it does. She's trying to endure the pain. Don't I keep on telling you that trust is key? You're dealing with a quiet kid. You need to try to read what's in her heart, looking into her eyes. Looking into her eyes. That reminded me. When Sengoku said it didn't hurt, Kanbaru seemed to want to say something. So that's what it was? She said things that needed to be said, but kept her mouth shut if she only wanted to say it. That certainly would have been very Kanbaru. Wrapping around a prey's body and pulverizing its bones to make it easier to eat before swallowing it is typical snake behavior. Not easy to get a snake to release you once it has you in its grips. I see. Right. It's an aberration, so it can ignore her clothes. Those marks were only on her skin, and she seemed to be able to take off and put on clothes freely, volleyball shorts aside. That had kept me from thinking that an aberration might have Sengoku's body in its grip. But what did I know? I just couldn't see it. A rope, right? I asked Oshino. And bound? So the scale marks across her body aren't traces at this very moment. An invisible snake is manifestly gnawing into her. This giant snake, the Jigiri Nawa, was invisible to my eyes, to Kanbaru's, and of course to Sengoku's. So we only saw through to the effect that the aberration was having on Sengoku's skin. Even then, Oshino explained, I think it's only because you and Safi-chan are essentially half human, half creature that you can see those marks at all. The same goes for Chan, who's in its grips. I'd imagine that anyone other than you three, Tsundere-chan or class president Ojo-san, for example, wouldn't even see the marks. They might be able to see the internal bleeding, though. There was no need for her to hide the marks with long pants. No reason to be ashamed of her body. That's what Oshino said. But that didn't seem like a problem to me. Yes, that might be the case, logically speaking, and maybe it was another instance of Sengoku's bad luck that Kanbaru and I happened to be the ones to see her body. But didn't it more than qualify as an issue if she saw herself that way? Maybe, Oshino admitted. Yes, you might be right. That was an awfully quick admission. Even I can be honest and upfront at times. I don't have anything better to do right now. You can't be honest and upfront if you aren't just chilling. Come to think of it, I get that she dresses in long sleeves and long pants when she goes out. What's she been doing at school so far? Do the girls at your old middle school now wear skirts as part of their uniforms? Not really, they're more like dresses, kind of an all-in-one. Have you seen them on your research forays? Ah, yes. So that's your alma mater. Those are cute, but wouldn't they still leave her legs exposed? That's why Sengoku's been taking school off since those marks became visible. So she managed while she could still hide them with socks. Well, okay, Oshino, what about this? Is there some way to make the body of this Jigiri Nawa invisible? Well, visible. Would you be able to see it? No way, I'm just a human. Mr. Expert didn't seem to mind at all that he couldn't. He was practically shirking his duties with that line. And not just me, he said. In this case, it's basically hard for others to see what the possessed can't see themselves. No matter how much of a former vampire you may be. As a side note, it isn't the person in the Jigiri Nawa's grip, but the one who casts the snake who can see it. And this is an accidental case, so I doubt even she could. This friend probably hasn't even realized that the curse took. Otherwise, it'd be a huge deal in their class. Well, no, maybe that friend is just keeping quiet about it. That really would be full-blown malice. But I don't think that's what it is. Chan would be long dead if it were. But there's no point in going over all these possibilities. Talk about guesswork. Oh, but one thing. While you may not be able to see it, Araragi-kun, you just might be able to touch it. Like you did once? Ah, what you're talking about pretty pointlessly in my view. Oshino was playing dumb. What are you talking about? Pretty pointlessly in my view. Oshino was playing dumb. If you can touch it, you should be able to peel it off, but you might not want to. Snakes are savage animals. Do that, and I'm sure the Jigiri Nawa will attack you. Even if you somehow escape it, it'll seek out the classmate who cast the curse next. The curse turning on the caster. You know what they say, when one is cursed, 2 holes are dug. This girl must not have meant to kill Chan, and probably doesn't believe in curses to begin with. I think she honestly intended to just go, damn you, I placed a curse on you, out of spite. I don't like that she decided to get the occult involved over something so petty. Though, how's an outsider like me supposed to make a living? This business is bad for me. I can't tell if you misspoke there or not. Well, I guess it's fine. With those words, Oshino got off his makeshift bed. He then plodded away and tried to exit the room, so I hastily called out to his bag. Hey, where are you going? Wait here a second. That was all he said before leaving the classroom for real. He was a fickle person. Actually, he was just being selfish. Now what? If I had time, I wanted to check up on Shinobu, but if I have missed Oshino in the process, that'd be stupid. Which classroom was Shinobu in anyway? It was rare for her and Oshino being different once. Had she gotten into another fight with Oshino over some Mista donuts? Fine, I would just file a status report. Pulled out my cell phone and tried calling Kambaru. Sengoku, by the way. Still didn't have one, in typical fashion for a rural middle schooler. Then again, even if my parents found them, this was Kambaru, so she'd do just fine. As long as they didn't discover that she was a pretty serious pervert and a real-deal sappist, Kambaru was an exemplarily young woman who excelled at academics as well as athletics. But the moment I tried to open my contacts list, thanks for waiting, Oshino returned. That was quick. So quick that I wondered if he knew what I was about to do. He really acted like he saw through everything. What's that modern convenience you have there? Were you about to call someone? Well, I was just thinking of contacting Kambaru and Sengoku in advance. It seems like this will take more time than I thought. No need to call in that case. I'm already done talking here. Take this. From his position at the entryway, Oshino tossed straight at me whatever he was holding in his right hand. The sudden projectile threw me off balance, but I was somehow able to catch the item without dropping it. It was a traditional amulet. It was shaped like a standard amulet, but the pouch said nothing. There were no words indicating if it was for, say, traffic safety or fertility. A blank design. What's this? You can purify it with that, the Jigiri Nawa. There's a talisman inside of it. What you might call a protective charm. It's different from the one I had you place. In the pouch it's in it is nothing. Just a sheath. The talisman of it is a bit of a powerful one, so safety measures are required. Safety measures, or maybe a limiter. Don't get it wrong, though. It's not as if all you're going to have to do is place that talisman on her forehead. Like she's a Jiangshi or something. In fact, don't ever take that talisman out of its pouch. Like I said, it's a safety measure. A limiter. There's no telling what might happen. I'm going to tell you the correct method for this, so do your best to remember for later. I could go out there myself, but it's probably better if I don't, as far as building a relationship of trust with that young lady. You and Safi-chan are already set. That claim of being able to seduce young girls within 10 seconds doesn't sound like false advertising either. So impressed. I'm so jealous. Ha! And while you seem to have forgotten, it seems Chan's memories of you are rather nice ones, no? She wouldn't be able to strip on a moment's notice in a man's room otherwise. Koyomi Oni-chan. Dots. I didn't know about that, to be honest. When it came to people who never stopped talking, like Sendokahara, Kambaru, Hanekawa, or Hachikuji, I could make some sort of guess about how they felt, whether those words were frank ones or not. But it was hard to deal with someone who spoke so little. Someone with a shy personality, who buckled under pressure and cast her eyes downward at the smallest provocation. When I thought about the situation, it was surprising that this very same girl had flatly turned down a boy, someone with her personality. Seemed like the type who couldn't say no and got dragged into being someone's girlfriend. But, once again, I had no right whatsoever to be talking about these affairs of the heart. I think it's like how you wouldn't be embarrassed to strip naked in front of a doctor, Oshino said. That's what a relationship of trust is. Oh, wasn't Asclepius from the constellation of Officius a patron saint of medicine? Another hint, perhaps. But, Oshino, is it really okay? Is what okay? For you to be so quick and simple with the way to purify her. You normally act more pompous, you know? You go into these little tiny little details, or you're never really cooperative. I feel like you went easy on your usual mountain of trivia, too. Don't tell me you're not being serious about this now that I don't owe you anything. Oh, Araragi-kun, you just love nagging me, don't you? You and I know full well that you'll complain if I do pile on the trivia. I'm starting to think that the real tsundere here is you and not Tsundere-chan. Wow. How so, Spirit? Did something good happen to you? I didn't use to I didn't used to say all that to be mean or anything. It was the same for Class President Ojo-san, Tsundere-chan, Lost Girl-chan, Safi-chan, and especially you, Araragi-kun. Each of you stuck your own neck into an aberration, didn't you? Well, that's... If I may, Oshino continued, all of you are perpetrators, whether or not you meant to be. You were complicit with your aberrations. For people who've gotten their hands dirty to wash their feet, a certain process becomes necessary. But it's different in this case, isn't it? Nareko Sengoku is clearly nothing more than a poor victim. She's done nothing wrong. Even the reason the Jigiri Nawa was set upon her is weak. For every aberration there is a reason, but none of that reason here is Chan's doing. 10 snakes, was it? She may have killed them, but even that was her trying to defend herself. She was unlucky. It wasn't her day. That's it. I'm not so unreasonable to hold accountable the victim of someone's malice. What people like that need is to be saved. Well, what people like that need is to be saved. Dots. So that's what it was. Sorry, Yoshino. I thought you were acting that way to be mean. It made sense now. Dots. That was why his tone sounded so grave from the moment he first named the Jigiri-nawa. It didn't have anything to do with the Jigiri-nawa itself. That was purely Yoshino thinking about the victim, Nareko Sengoku. Crimes need to be atoned for, but you can't allow someone to be judged for a crime they never committed. People in trouble need to be saved, right? Yes, I may not be the nicest guy, but even I have that much kindness for others left in my heart. Though that isn't to say I'm doing this entirely as volunteer work. This is my job. Yeah, I figured as much. But it's fine. This can be the change left over from the work you and Safi-chan did for me. The Chan, who's like your Imoto, doesn't need to do a thing in return. I see. Yes, there may have been that issue of perpetrator versus victim, but even that, it felt like he was playing favorites. Maybe he liked middle schoolers. But, Araragi-kun, let me give you just one warning. When one is cursed, two holes are dug. I know I'm saying it again, but I want you to keep the words close in mind, and I want you to think closely about them. Oh, Dot. Well, that won't be hard. It's not unheard of advice. You don't need to do anything special to learn that. I've had plenty of chances to find out what it means that had nothing to do with aberrations. I'm sure that's true, but Araragi-kun, I don't know how you see this, but it's not as if I'm going to be living here forever, Oshino said, his tone staying frivolous. Eventually, I'll be done collecting and researching. After all, you and Safi-chan have solved one of my main concerns, or rather, achieved one of my main goals. I will leave this town someday, and when I do, you're not going to be able to come to me for advice, you know. Our debts had been settled, too, Oshino continued. Been a while since I first started wandering from place to place, but this is the first time I've ever spoken this much with any one person. There is the fact that you've gotten yourself involved with one aberration after the next, but the thing that's a little odd about you is that you try to deal with every single one. Once you've experienced an aberration, you're more likely to attract them in the future. That much is true. But most people who encountered an aberration will go out of their way to avoid them. Dots. That's how things balance themselves out. This relates to what I said about you being a tsundere. But you say all kinds of things about girls, don't you? That they are meddling or that they're good at looking at after others, but all of those traits apply to you, Araragi-kun. Not that it's a bad thing. I'm so envious of your personality that I keep saying nasty things to you, but I think you're good the way you are. But what are you planning to do once I'm gone? Well, I had never thought about that. It went without saying that Oshino wouldn't reside in my town for the rest of his life. It was like a given. But the question of what I'd do once he was gone wasn't one I could answer on the spot. Do we have to talk about this right now? Ashino went on. Aberrations exist as though it's natural for them to be there. They aren't something you should go out seeking. Do that, and of course you might end up as the perp. I think you worry too much, Araragi-kun. You're overprotective. You have a tendency to try to do something, even when you could just leave it alone. But still, once I find out, what am I supposed to do? I know about these things, whether I want to or not, so I can't look the other way or pretend not to know. So would it have been better if you'd forgotten it all, like class president Ojo-san? That just might be the best outcome for people like you, Araragi-kun. Forgetting it all. Little Shinobu, too. How could I forget? That's something like that. Of course it wasn't possible. It wasn't ever going to turn out like it had for Hanekawa. That's right, Oshino said. Shinobu-chan, too. Yes, right. You're going to have to look after her all by yourself once I'm gone. That was the choice you made, though. You're of course free to abandon her, too. Come on, Oshino. You need to always be aware of the fact because Shinobu isn't human. You shouldn't allow yourself to get weirdly empathetic. She's a vampire. She can look like that now, but that doesn't change the fact. Okay? Dots. Sorry, that was the mean thing to say. There's no need to worry, though. We've gotten to know each other so well, so I'm not going to disappear all of a sudden one day without even saying goodbye. I'm an adult. I do know my manners. But if you're thinking about what to do after graduating from high school, I think it wouldn't hurt to think about this while you're at it. So what you're trying to say is that it's irresponsible for me to attempt to save everyone I come across? That it's irresponsible to be kind to everyone? Hanekawa told me that too, Oshino. But, Oshino, I can't become someone like you. Like you say, I'm about a 10th vampire. An actual aberration. I can't get on the human side and go around banishing aberrations. If I did that, the very first one I needed to banish was myself. Then Shinobu. And that wasn't happening. Wasn't something I could do. I wouldn't say that's true, Oshino told me. This job is all knowledge and know-how anyway. A half-human, half-creature who hunts spirits? Sounds cool, like a manga character. Well, maybe it is possible, since there's even a Hawaiian-shirted specialist in the field. And, Oshino reminded me, if ever in your life you feel like it, Araragi-kun, you can abandon Shinobu and go back to being a full-fledged human. I hope you don't forget that, either. That is the end of that section. And I will be taking a small break. So if you, I am going to do a quick little reader's note here, just a little commentary from me. So if you don't care, just skip ahead a bit. This conversation is I think it's in the anime, but it is a lot more emotionally charged here. This I have loved these past several pages. The Oshino is a way better character in the book. It's kind of crazy. I just wanted to say I'm loving this whole section. I love the fact that this conversation makes a lot more sense in the book. This conversation is very like cliff noted in the anime, and I didn't truly understand some of the things he was kind of getting at. But I will be back. Alright, hello. I will type back. Quick little 30-minute break, which I did not think was going to be 30 minutes, but that's my bad. So, again, we're on a new section. We were in the remains of the shrine. That abandoned shrine atop the mountain. It was the dead of the night, after we had been busy preparing for so long. I considered waiting till the next day, but if we waited one more day, those scale marks, the Jagiri Nava's grip, might reach up to her neck. She wouldn't be able to hide it. If that happened, since she couldn't walk around wearing a scarf in this season, even if regular people couldn't see those markings. The middle of the night or not, we decided to fight for every minute and second and do it as soon as possible. My family took a hands-off approach with me, and the same went without saying for Kambaru. A slight issue arose regarding Sengoku's curfew as an active duty middle schooler, but she asked one of her school friends to come up with an alibi for her, a sleepover or something like that. It seems obvious, but Sengoku apparently had friends other than the one who had cursed her. Having a lot of friends. A good thing, I thought. Well, I was more than a little worried at first about doing this at the same shrine ruins where everything began. Oshino gave us his stamp of approval, telling us it was fine. I thought he said it because we had already placed the talisman on the main hall. But it was actually a matter of process. Even if we were dealing with bad things, all we had to do was get them on our side, according to him. The Jagiri Nawa's existence would be more conspicuous precisely because of the location. It would be easier to come in contact with, or something like that. I didn't get it, to be honest. But I guess it was an expert's advice. I'd trust it. Shinobu was in a room on the third floor, and so I gave her a casual greeting. She really had gotten in a fight with Oshino over Mr. Donuts. He'd eaten all of her favorite flavors, yet again. Maybe Oshino, you're not even immature, you're just childish. Before leaving the abandoned Cramsville and heading straight back home. Sure enough, Kambaru hadn't laid a finger on Sengoku despite sharing a room with her the whole time. Nor had she gone after my Imoto, both of whom were now home. Great job holding back, Kambaru. Yes, and hearing the earnestness in your words of praise, for the first time I'm wondering if I joked around too much in your presence, and am regretting it. Kambaru seemed depressed. She not only hadn't tried to seduce Sengoku, but they'd been chatting. Kambaru-san was kind to me. Koyomi Oni-chan, the introverted Sengoku, jumped in to stand up for her. She let me borrow her volleyball shorts, too. That doesn't count as kindness, I played the straight man for Sengoku, a first. A day for the history books. In any case, talking to her was hard because our exchanges weren't punctuated with jokes unlike the rest of the bunch. Thanks to those bastards, I couldn't have normal conversations anymore. Sadly for Sengoku, she'd have to go along with our style. I had her and Kambaru sneak out of my house while I kept my two Imoto busy, and then I stepped out too, with nary an excuse. My sisters seemed suspicious, especially my youngest Imoto, perceptive girl, but I forced them away in the end and proceeded to run to the rendezvous point to meet up with the girls. We went to a general, and not a convenience, store that was open late to buy the needed tools. Neither Kambaru nor Sengoku had much money on them, given how sudden this was, so I paid for it all, before heading to the mountains. We all walked. Sengoku. Yes, Oni-chan? She twitched. Maybe she thought I was going to yell at her. So delicate, like she was made of glass. Those marks in you. I heard they actually hurt. Are you okay? Ah, all the color drained from her face. Please don't be mad. No, I'm not trying to blame you for anything. She probably thought I was going to scold her for lying. I didn't know if she was timid or too quick to see herself as a victim. Every time a character like her appeared in a manga, I'd wonder how irritating someone like that would be in real life. But it actually wasn't that bad. I simply felt like protecting her, prior to whether or not I was a good person. Of course, the fact that she was quite a bit younger than me helped. I was just wondering if you were okay. Well, Sengoku tugged her her hat far down her face as if to hide it, as if she didn't want to be seen. It hurts, like something is tightening down on me, but I can still bear it. Pulverizing the bones to make it easier to eat. Snake behavior. Having to bear it is wrong to begin with. If something hurts, it's okay to say so. He's right, Convodu butted in. Getting tied up is one thing, but staying tied up takes a surprising toll on your body, whether it's a snake or ropes. Convodu, why would you gloss over getting tied up, and more subtly, the emotional toll of it baffles me. The woman didn't regret a thing. Sengoku stifled a giggle at our back and forth. Despite her timidity, she was quick to laugh. In that case, talking about the 13 sign zodiac, which set off even Convodu, was absolutely off limits around Sengoku. She might laugh herself to death. We sprayed each other with bug repellent from the general store before going up the mountain. I don't know why I said it like that. It was the middle of the night, which meant we needed to worry about bugs before any aberrations. We were all thoroughly protected in long sleeves and long pants. It was an additional safety measure for Convodu and I, and could help Sengoku down along the line. Once we finished, we got going. It was pitch black, of course. As we climbed the stairs, all three of us lit the way ahead, and with the flashlights we bought at the same general store. With the flashlights we bought at the same general store. The wild animals and insects were horribly loud. It wasn't that way in the afternoon, and I felt like we were explorers on some expedition. I was almost deluded into thinking I was lost in a jungle. You know, Sengoku, I said. Yes? I was wondering about something. Why did you turn that boy down? You didn't have any idea your friend had feelings for him, right? So there wasn't any reason for you to say no. Hey, that's weird. Well, she fell silent. Someone with so little mental fortitude who went quiet over just that much, rejecting a confession of love was even more perplexing. I'm sorry, she apologized for no reason. It's not something you need to apologize for. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She apologized twice. She'd apologized twice between a single pair of quotation marks. 3 times in total. She was over apologizing. No, Sengoku, Kamadu spoke up. That was a rather insensitive question. It's unlike you. Be more considerate. Oh, really? Yes, really. There are plenty of reasons to say no. In fact, why date someone you don't particularly love? It was a legitimate point. I also realized that Kamadu making one came to me as a surprise. Take me, for example, she said. It's because I loved you that we're not going out. Huh? Is that true? asked Sengoku, puzzled. You aren't dating Kamadu-san? No! Oh, you seem to get along so well that I was sure you two were. I'll admit that we get along about as well as I get along with Hachikuji. Then again, on the Hachikuji, at least Kamadu never maligned me. In that sense, maybe I got along with her a little better. As for the girl I was actually dating, she only ever seemed to malign me. Kamadu, back me up and tell her no. He's right, we're not going out, she told Sengoku in an explanatory tone. He and I are just having fun. We're playing around. That is very open to misinterpretation, isn't it? We're such good friends that we could dismiss anything as a sort of accident. Are you just being straight up pernicious? I hate you. Hey, that kind of hurt. Sorry, I love you. Wasn't she going to receive anything I said with great joy? What a difficult girl. Actually, I was the weak one here for apologizing. Even as Kambaru and I bickered, Sengoku mumbled, "Oh, so you're not going out?" Sounding relieved for some reason. I turned him down because there's someone else I like, she told us. Her apparent embarrassment was sweet. But that friend seems to have misunderstood me, and now this happened. I wonder if it was my fault. Don't blame yourself. Then again, it wasn't supposed to be this bad. It's because of that shrine. Because of that shrine. Oh, yeah. Kambaru, you're going to start feeling sick again. A talisman's effect isn't immediate, or so I've been told. Fine with me. Plus, I can be ready for it if I know it's coming. I see. What a jock. All it took was guts, huh? I'd normally refute it as unscientific, but found myself believing it because it was Kambaru. She was, after all, a formidable woman who'd gone from clumsy girl to national-level basketball player thanks to nothing but guts and the effort to go with it. Koyomi Oni-chan, how much do you remember about before? Well, not much to be honest. I don't have a very good memory. Oh, Sengoku was visibly disappointed. You, on the other hand, I hastily turned the subject to her, remembered me. I'm impressed because we'd only played together a few times when you were little. And I was just your friend's Oni-chan. You normally forget that stuff. I didn't get to play with people all that much, Sengoku said haltingly. Back then, the only friend I had who'd play with me after school was Rara. Rara must have meant my Imoto. Right? The friends she brought over used to call her that, her grade school nickname. Rara. Excerpted from our family name, Araragi. Now that she and my all other Imoto combined were Suganoki Second Middle School's Fire Sisters. How things change. Of course, people change. But if we're going to talk about those days, back then, I was annoyed when my Imoto brought over their friends and made me play with them. I felt shy about playing with girls. That's how it was at that age. Though Rara and I don't go to the same middle school, all the times I got to play with her, and you, are my precious memories. I see. That made me feel better. By the way, I hadn't told Sengoku about the aberrations that Kanbaru and I bore. Only giving her a whiff of the fact that we had anything to do with them, I certainly could share with her. And maybe I needed to in terms of building a relationship with trust. But after talking it over with Kanbaru, I paid heed to the possibility that it might only accelerate a mental breakdown. So Sengoku probably didn't understand why anyone would feel sick from going to the shrine, and perhaps thought that Kanbaru was spiritually sensitive or something. Then again, that wasn't altogether wrong. I'm an only child, Sengoku said. I was jealous that she had an only child. Dots. It sounded like a case of wanting what you can't have. Like someone without an Imoto wanting an Imoto. Let it be known that the reader is staring into the camera. At times, I wish I had an older brother, or a sister, or a younger brother, and envied people who had them. But maybe it was different for someone like me, who had actual Imoto, and for Sengoku, who was an only child. So, he was an only child. Hey, what about you, Kanbaru? You don't have any siblings, do you? Nope, I'm an only child too. I see. And so was Senjugohara, and Hachikuji, and Hanekawa. Huh. So they were all only children. And Shinobu? Did vampires have siblings? Okay, we're here. I was leading the way, so I was, of course, the first to arrive. The ruins of a shrine. A desolate, barren sight. The talisman was still stuck to the door. Are you feeling okay, Kanbaru? Yes, better than I thought. Try saying something stupid. I like reading books on the road and making myself carsick. Try saying something funny. I couldn't help it. He threatened not to pay me if I didn't. Try saying something perverted. Just when I thought the girl I liked was a virgin, it turned out she was a vermin. Okay, that last one was a little weird, but she seemed fine. Next to me, Sengoku was hugging herself and shaking. We tickled her funny bone. She really was quick to laugh. It seemed she was more amused by my interaction with Kanbaru than the actual content, but in fact, that was a good audience reaction, so I couldn't complain. Okay, I said, let's get ready now. Let's get ready already. Kanbaru asked me, why did you bother to rephrase yourself? We found an appropriate spot, which is to say a location that wasn't too overgrown, then placed 4 flashlights up. The 3 we held and 1 more in my bag, in each corner. They formed a square and illuminated the center. The ground was dirt. We drew lines in it next using a nearby tree branch and linked the flashlights into an actual square, a so-called spiritual boundary. It was pretty makeshift, but would do, according to Oshino, because the simple fact that it was demarcated was what mattered most about these boundaries. We spread a plastic sheet on the ground to cover the square, another purchase from the general store, naturally, and then Sengoku entered the square, alone, in a school swimsuit. Dots. This swimsuit wasn't from the general store, they don't sell them at general stores. Just like those volleyball shorts, Kanbaru had happened to have one already. I said to her, you didn't have the money to buy a flashlight, so what are you doing carrying on volleyball shorts and school swimsuits? There are some things in this world that money can't buy. I completely agree, but volleyball shorts and school swimsuits aren't among them. I was trying to play to your taste. Well, don't. You're not denying it's to your taste? I checked to find that Sengoku was indeed chuckling to herself in the boundary. It was for the joke factor that she was wearing a school swimsuit in the middle of a decrepit shrine, but she found it funny, too. At any rate, to see how the purification was proceeding, we needed to keep track of the scale marks on her skin. You know, Shino's instructions were that she shouldn't stay in long sleeves and long pants. But we couldn't have her in nothing but a pair of volleyball shorts outdoors while showing us the The Jigiri Nawa's marks on my room. Sengoku had taken her hands off of her chest at one point, causing her to start crying all over again. A mishap that even an honest guy like me didn't share with Oshino, so this was particularly necessary. And so, a school swimsuit. Instead of changing at the shrine, she'd worn it under her long sleeves and long pants like an elementary schoolgirl might. Though we could see the scale markings on her legs, the swimsuit hit her torso, making it difficult to gauge the extent of her affliction. And maybe I was just imagining it, but they seemed to have climbed up around her neck. Had its grip on her tightened since the evening? If so, we needed to hurry. We simply didn't see it. But Sengoku's body was still in the grip of a giant snake. I handed the amulet Oshino had given me. Now, sit in the corner on the sheet. Hold the amulet as tight as you can. Close your eyes. Calm your breathing. All you need to do is pray. Pray to what? Asked Sengoku. To something. In this case, probably to the snake. The snake god. The Jigiri Nawa. He thought those lines, by the way. Okay, I'll try my best. Alrighty. Koyomi Oni-chan, you'll watch over me? I will. You have to watch over me. Yep, I will. In any case, it was the only thing I could do. Honestly, it was all up to Sengoku from here, no matter what happened. People who got saved on their own. I exited the boundary and together with Kambaru, who had just finished lighting a mosquito coil, circled around at a distance to stand in front of Sengoku. Okay. Sengoku's eyes were already shut. Both of her hands were squeezed tight in front of her chest. The ritual had already begun. Not even Oshino knew how long it would take. He'd said to be prepared to stay here all night in the worst case. Kambaru and I were one thing, but I didn't know if Sengoku's psyche could hold out for that long. Just have to try. There was no rehearsing this. The glow of the flashlights, they gently illuminated her from four corners. Hey, Kambaru spoke to me. Her voice was so small I couldn't miss it, even though she stood right next to me. It must have been her way of being considerate to Sengoku, who was concentrating inside the boundary. But, in that case, wasn't it best not to talk at all? What is it, I said. No more banter from here on out. We couldn't afford to have Sengoku laugh during the ritual. It would all be for naught then. Yes, I know, Dot. But there's something I was wondering about now that we're here. What? The serpent slaying that she stoutly carried on her own. What about all that? That's one hell of a way to put it. But yeah, I mean chopping up those snakes. Yes. Wasn't doing that only in the proper way the correct measure, rather than this onerous ceremony? Well, yes, and I said the same thing, but it sounds like that way would take even more time, according to Oshino, that is. Apparently, when it comes to snake chopping, what's important is actually the locale. The locale. And since bad things are gathered here, well, this spot is the absolute worst, but that doesn't mean anywhere else would do. I didn't have enough time to ask for details, but he talked about it not being very effective unless you use snakes from Tohoku or something. Regional differences? Regional differences. Important when it comes to aberrations. They had to be spoken about, and all. Sengoku had chosen this mountain because she'd heard she could find snakes here, but she needed to do a better job picking her mountain and her snakes for a ritual, supposedly. Of course, as far as that went, it would have been best if Nariko Sengoku hadn't done anything to begin with. She chose this hangout, of all places, this spot where bad things gathered. But now, ironically enough, we needed to get those bad things on our side to help cleanse Sengoku of her aberration. Got it. Makes sense, Kambaru said. Oshino-san keeps some pretty handy things around, doesn't he? An amulet you can use to exorcise aberrations? When I bothered him about it, he said it's not that handy of an item. It's useless, except in cases like this one. It only worked because the aberration had been sent by a human. And only because it was a snake. So we're combating foul play with foul play, Kambaru commented. He described it as one heterodoxy for another. I guess it's fine if it saves Sengoku. Still, you really do try to help out every person you come across, don't you? Kind to everyone. Irresponsibly kind to everyone. I wouldn't say every person, but I do whatever I can, I answered, especially if it's someone I know. I think that's part of why my dear senpai loves about you, or what my dear senpai loves about you, and I, too, think it's part of your charm. At this point, I'm glad that she's going out with someone like you. But I do hope, Kambaru paused before continuing, if the day ever comes when you have to choose just one person, I hope you'll choose her without a second thought. Dots. You're free to sacrifice yourself as much as you want, but please take good care of her. Dots, not that I really have any right to be saying this. Kambadu's left arm. It once tried to kill me, not because anyone shackled it, with a firm will of its own, as an aberration. Kambaru, Dots, I do think you have the right to say that. In fact, I think you're especially qualified. Dots, good to know. I'm just as glad that you're Senjugo Kohai as you're glad that I'm her boyfriend. Hearing that from you, Dash, really helps. Oh, Dots, there, Kamadu pointed straight ahead, at Sengoku, who was there playing with all her heart and soul, and when I looked at her, the scale markings on the parts of her body that weren't covered by the school swimsuit. Those clear traces etched across every inch of her skin were gradually fading. Yoshino had said to be prepared to spend all night, but not even 10 minutes had passed. So, it was powerful. It was going well, too. The scale marks at the base of her neck disappeared. The scale marks around her collarbones disappeared. The Kirinawa was leaving Sengoku. It looks like it's going forward, without a hitch. Yes, Kamadu agreed. Neat. Given my own presence, which tended to jinx everything, this state of affairs, quite honestly, could qualify as unexpected. Well, thank goodness. Now Sengoku needed to stay focused for another minute. Still, I said, it's not like everything will be over once we rid her of the snake. To avoid sapping Sengoku's motivation, I hadn't told her this ahead of time, of course. At the minimum, her relationship with that old friend is going to be irreparably broken. Well, might be right, Kamadu nodded. There aren't too many people who could forgive such a thing. Nope, not that Sengoku would want to amend the relationship, and the other party might not want to either. So, a breakdown in their relationship. Humans were scarier than aberrations. No need to give voice to such a cliche, though. Romantic entanglements are so damn scary, I said. But I wonder who Sengoku has a crush on. I'm a little jealous to know that someone out there is the object of that cute a girl's affections. Were this a rom-com manga, the love interest would turn out to be none other than me, but I highly doubted this was the case here. I was her Oni-chan and nothing more. Brother and sister. Well, I said I was jealous. I had a girlfriend, so of course, if Sengoku really did have feelings for me, it would just be a headache. But using this opportunity to revive our ties perhaps wasn't such a bad thing. It would be sweet, and she was precarious enough that someone needed to watch over her, though I had no idea what my Imoto would say. She is a girl, after all. And she's 14? Kamadu chuckled. Myself included, not every girl her age longs for a prince in a white coat to come in and swoop her away. Well, yeah, I'm sure. That's because for one thing, it would be a prince on a white horse. Sheesh, white coat? Like a doctor? Officious. Oh, officicus. I can't remember, sorry. Come on, Kamadu, didn't I tell you no idle talk? We're not done yet, so we can't risk breaking your constant... Look, Kamadu suddenly yelled. I was the one whose concentration had broken. Carelessly, I had taken my eyes off of Sengoku. When I returned my gaze back to her, Nanako Sengoku had collapsed face up on the plastic sheet we'd on the ground and was twitching freakishly, violently. Her mouth, it was wide open. Her jaw was stretched as far as it would go, like a snake swallowing an egg. Like there could even be a snake, a snake's head inside. But what happened? I don't know. The scale markings on Sengoku's body were disappearing. They were about halfway gone, but the other half remained. They hadn't disappeared, and they were even on Sengoku's neck where they didn't seem to be only moments ago. The snake, the Jagiri Nawa, had her in its grip. What happened? What went wrong? Where had we gone wrong? The illustration, the Jagiri Nawa, that Oshino had said was in the compilation of snake curses, of a man constricted by a snake that entered its body through his mouth. Not a deathly, but a murderous, killing aberration. A serpent god. Possession by a serpent god. Did it fail? Shouted Kamadu. Is that it? It failed and the purification ritual went out of control, ran amok? No, this ritual isn't supposed to be a risky stunt. It isn't some powerful feat. That's why it's heterodox. It shouldn't be double teaming her. There's no reason it would. Because this is supposed to be like a negotiation with the aberration. Ask it. You need to ask it, Oshino had said. Humble yourself before it. And yet, did Sengoku let herself get distracted like in Senju Kahata's case? Even then, the aberration suddenly reaching its final stage like this. It was going so well until we were halfway in. Halfway. Crap, I realized belatedly. Sengoku was writhing on the plastic sheet. Her legs still yet to fill out that extended from the school swimsuit. The scale markings were half gone from them as well. Half gone in only the crudest way. The scale marks had completely disappeared from her right leg, but remained on every inch of her left leg, from her toes to her crotch. Not a single one had disappeared. I didn't know about her torso, but it was the same for her neck and collarbones, as clear as day once you noticed. Kambaru, I had it all wrong. If only we could see, we'd have gotten it right away. What do you mean? The Jigiri Nama, it wasn't just one of them, there were two! Even so, there were hints we should have picked up on. The traces covered every inch of her skin aside from her arms and her neck up. Her toes, her shins, her calves, and she had two legs. For one snake to wind itself around every inch of both of her legs was structurally impossible. If there had been only one snake, there couldn't have been markings on her inner thighs. From the tips of each leg's toes, Jigiri Nawa had its grip on her, one for each leg, as if they were constricting Sengoku's body. Two snakes. Damn it! One of them had been removed with the power of Oshino's amulet. The Jigiri Nawa had gone away here and there. But then the amulet's power was spent. I hadn't said enough. Had I realized there were two Jigiri Nawa, Oshino would have come up with an appropriate plan. Unlike every other time, there was no limit to how much he would help. Nadeko Sengoku was a victim, and he was pulling out all the stops. But because we'd premised our discussion on one Jigiri Nawa, he'd prepared a strategy for just one, which is why the other was running wild. Of course it was. The other snake, with which it had shared its grip on Sengoku, had been exercised. Kambaru, stay there! No, get back! Shouldn't we contact Oshino-san? He doesn't have a cell phone. Not on principle, because he failed at modern gizmos. So our only choice was a hard-line approach. I rushed into the makeshift boundary and into the square, illuminated by the flashlights. I grabbed onto Sengoku's body and sat her upright. She was hot to the touch. You could say burning. It was so bad I thought my hand might get scalded. The scale markings at the base of her neck. They were now digging so far into her skin that calling them traces would be ludicrous. They were eating into her to the point of altering her silhouette, gnawing in as if to pulverize bone and tear flesh, as if to chop her up, eating into her. I could almost hear her body groan and creak. Sengoku, dots. Her eyes had rolled back. She'd lost consciousness. Swallowed whole. I laid her body, which I was holding, on the plastic sheet again. Then I slowly reached my hands toward her. No, not toward her. Toward the Jigiri Nawa. Even if I can't see it, I should be able to touch it. He'd said so. Ever since spring break, vampire blood ran through my veins. Blood. You could say I was an aberration myself, and an aberration should be able to touch another aberration. If I couldn't touch it, I could peel it off. Or if I could touch it, I could peel it off. Right. The key was to imagine it, to visualize the Jigiri Nawa through the traces that its scales etched into Sengoku's body, to puzzle out the manner it exercised its grip. I couldn't afford to be wrong. Damn it. Like the younger of my two Imoto, and unlike the older, I was ever the indoorsy type. So this is my first time touching a snake. The first one, ever, was going to be an aberration. Courage, me. Even Sengoku, who used to play with that Imoto of mine, caught more than 10 snakes on her own. What kind of Oni-chan feared doing as much? Ah! Guk! Slither, an unpleasant sensation of both of my hands. A sensation like sticking my hands into mucus. A sensation like spiked scales stabbing into them. It was plain disgusting. What made it disgusting was that I was touching something I couldn't see. I'd never thought that doing so would be so viscerally repulsive. I'd mustered such a strong will to touch it, but now wanted to take my hands off of the aberration as soon as I possibly could. I tried to use its sliminess to my advantage by guiding my hands around it to get them in the right position, grabbing its cylindrical body about the size of what a musclehead's thigh must be. I then pulled with all my might. It wasn't like I had the physical prowess of a vampire as well. Plus, it was slippery. Because I was pulling in the same direction as its scales, I wasn't putting my strength to much use. I changed my approach and dug my nails into the giant snake's body. So soft it felt like my fingers sank into it, before pulling again. To peel it off. Gah! An unimaginable pain ran through my right arm. I looked where the pain came from to see blood spurting everywhere. My arm was flattened as if a machine press had gotten hold of everything from my wrist to my elbow. And two deep holes had been bored into that flattened area. Already? The snake's head had already pulled out of Sengoku's mouth. My fingers, burrowing into its torso, had been understood as an attack, and it had exited her body to strike back at me. I didn't notice until it bit me because I couldn't see it. Ow! The overwhelming pain made me leap and roll away, confused. Meanwhile, Sengoku's body seemed to flap and flop at random around the plastic sheet in the square, likely as a result of the Jigiri Nawa undoing its grasp on her body. I could only guess, since I couldn't see it, but it must have been the case, given the situation. which meant that it was coming to grip and possess. It was coming to grip and possess me next. But it could try. I slammed my flattened arm on the ground. Even greater pain came over me, but a moment before my arm hit the ground, I could sense the buried fangs, the Jagiri Nawas, no doubt, sliding out. Freezing, realizing my plan was to pin its head between my arm and the ground. It had preempted me. As a result, all I managed to do was bang my injured arm against the earth. It almost felt like my arm had torn off. A moment later, it was my leg, my left ankle. Squish! A flattening sound. As if my arm, it seemed, this snake could crush a human body. As with my arm, it seemed this snake could crush a human body just with its bite. With monstrous drawstring. Well, it was a literal monstrous drawstring. But even so, estimating where the Jagiri Nawa's head would be based on the fang marks drilled into my ankle, I nevertheless stuck my fingers between its mouth and my foot and pried them apart. Though it was biting down on me with an absurd amount of force, I used the small gap I created to twist my leg out. It was shot, down to the bones, but the nerves still seemed intact. It was fine. It still moved. It would have been nice if I could hold on to the snake's mouth, but I reflexively let go when I felt a wet slap on my hand. The snake's long, forked tongue must have licked me. Still, the blind, haphazard kick I sent the Jagiri Nawa's way with my other leg seemed to hit it, or at least it felt that way. It was the same sensation as kicking a rubber ball, so I doubted that I did dealt any damage. I then rolled backward 2 times, 3 times, to put some distance between myself and the Jagiri Nawa. It was only the day before yesterday that I had given Shinobu my blood. Then my body should have been able to heal itself even faster than normal. But my flattened right arm and left ankle weren't recovering so easily. They didn't even show signs of doing so. Pain wasn't going away either. Wait, was the Jagiri Nawa a poisonous snake? Even vampires are susceptible to poison. All the more so considering how minimally vampiric I was. Shinobu in her prime would have brushed off such a wound. I hopped myself back up on one leg. My right arm dangled uselessly at my side. It hurt too much even to raise. It wasn't as if I had no experience battling aberrations and their kin and ilk. Over the past few months, in fact, you could say I was fairly experienced for the short amount of time. But I'd never fought an aberration that I couldn't see. I'd always thought of the invisible man as a ridiculous concept in this day and age, not even good for a joke. I never imagined that an invisible enemy could be this dreadful. I was up against a snake. I recalled that snakes had some tissue called pit organs that allowed them to sense infrared radiation and to find prey via heat, which meant our eye level's height difference probably didn't work to my advantage. It went past trying not to be seen by your enemy while seeing him. I could hear a sound of something crawling, creeping my way. Ah! While I was able to stand on my left leg, I couldn't use it for much else. My movement was now as inefficient as it could be. But the Jagiri Nawa had probably tried to attack my upper body, and I dare say that I dodged it. Turning around, I tried to guess where it landed. Jagiri Nawa's landing point was clear to me. I might be able to do this. I just might be able to do it. I stood on ground so I could confirm my guess. I waited for the second strike. My eyes glued. I kept my eyes glued to the Jagiri Nawa's current position. Tell what your opponent's thinking. You look into their eyes. Not that I knew whether I should be looking into the snake's eyes or pit organs. Not that the Jagiri Nawa was visible to begin with. It moved. I looked aside and lodged it. Clamp! Came a noise from right beside me, as if a bear trap had been set off. No doubt the sound of the Jagiri Nawa's mouth closing as it missed. It gave me chills. If that thing ever got around my head, it was game over. I had to be bitten straight off. But I saw a way for me to win. This arena was my ally. A dirt ground overgrown with grass. And snakes were creatures that crawled on the ground. That was true even if the creature was an aberration. I might not see the Jagiri Nawa itself, but it left behind a clear trail, just like the scale markings etched into Sengoku's body. Churned to ground sent up dust. The grass parted like it was in the way. On asphalt or concrete, I wouldn't be so lucky, if the servant exorcism were taking place at the abandoned cram school where Oshino lived, like in Senjukahara or Kambadu's case. I'd be toast. But wait, maybe the stage direction came courtesy of Oshino. Right, come to think of it, this aberration could ignore clothes. It only made sense for it to be able to do the same for dirt or grass. Even its slithering and the sound of its mouth snapping shut shouldn't have been audible. The Jagiri Nawa couldn't ignore the field's physicality. That was the arena's doing. On these grounds, the serpent too, merely invisible, existed. Because it was an aberration, like me and Kambaru, like a prank curse actually taking. An air pocket, a hangout where bad things gathered. Oshino has said to make allies of the bad things, which meant this must have been part of the measure. The basic stratagem was predicated on creating a boundary, but the abandoned cram school hadn't been designated as the stage, just in case something unexpected like this happened. And maybe it was all thanks to the enhanced field that I could hear and touch the aberration. Meme Oshino. It hurt to feel so powerless. The upshot was that for Senjugahara and Kambaru too, I turned it all into Oshino. I relied on him from start to finish. He wasn't going to be in our town forever. And yet, in each and every case, this time too. Maybe I was the one who wasn't regretting a thing. I learned nothing from all my time with Oshino. I didn't see a thing. I somehow dodged the Chigiri Nawa's next attack too. Still, it felt like I was getting nowhere. If I focused on just dodging his attacks, and thanks to the power of the bad things that gathered on the premises, I could gauge the Chigiri Nawa's position and movements with some degree of accuracy from how it disturbed the dirt and grass. But striking back was a pretty tall order. Hacking would require wild guesses, and my right arm and left leg were out of commission. How was I supposed to mount a proper attack? It was like my body wasn't healing at all. Pain was only getting worse. It might have been my imagination, but it seemed to be spreading. Could it really have been poison? Neurotoxins, hemotoxins, cardiotoxins? A serum was indispensable. Would my attacks work on an aberration to begin with? Even regular snakes had such vitality, and they seemed to refuse to die. Could a half-assed thing like me, a human with a bit of residual vampirism, hope to oppose it? It didn't seem completely futile, given that the Chigiri Nawa started attacking me the moment I dug my fingers into his body. But at this rate, wasn't kiting it all I could ever hope to do? What would count as defeating this aberration? No. There was a more fundamental question. Was it even okay to defeat this aberration? If I defeated it, would that be the end? Was it the handiest solution, as Meme Oshino would say? Demons, cats, crabs, snails, monkeys, snakes. Some saw snakes as holy. Araragi-senpai! It was Kambaru. Suruga Kambaru was dashing toward me at full speed, as if she were using her no mere high schooler legs to kamikaze me. Idiot, I told her to stay away. No, wait! Dots! Exclamation point. Right, maybe Kambaru could. Kambaru's left arm, the monkey's paw, the monkey's arm had the terrifying attack bar we needed to counter the Chigiri Nawa. Within her left arm resided a catapult that could smash through concrete blocks unaided. Chigiri Nawa could have a body of steel and still be helpless against Kambaru's unbridled strength. But if there was a problem, it was that, unlike me, Kambaru didn't have any healing abilities. If the Chigiri Nawa dodged her attack and retaliated with a bite, there would be no way to undo the damage. It would be irreparable and irreversible. And if I was right, and the Chigiri Nawa was a poisonous snake, her life would be in immediate danger. Under even the most optimistic of scenarios. How ironic. I had the ability to recover from attacks, but couldn't deal any damage. Well, the opposite went for her. Another factor I needed to keep in mind was affinity. This field was a bane to Kambaru. Even now, she must be feeling pretty sick. In fact, however, forgive me! Kambaru's attack was aimed at me, not the Chigiri Nawa. Me. With that left arm, she grabbed me hard by the base of my neck, and drawing on her momentum, used her vaunted legs to all but leap and shove me. I, with my one good leg, couldn't hope to stand firm. Like a speck of dust in a raging sandstorm, I was blown away. Her left hand, still planted on my neck, wouldn't let her go. It didn't let her go. It held on. We flew about 15 feet in the air, like that, before slamming into the ground. It may have been a soft dirt surface blanketed with foliage, but the full-body impact was so stunning that I couldn't breathe for a moment. Kambaru had made good on her word and shoved me off my feet with her left arm alone, though it wasn't down onto a bed. I yelled, "What was that for, Kambaru?" She silently lay on top of me in a full mount in grappling terms, using not only her left arm but her entire body to restrain me. I couldn't begin to resist given the state of my right arm and left. No. Even if my body was in perfect condition, not even if Kambaru's arm wasn't a monkey's arm. If she really tried to pin me down, there was nothing I could do about it. A jock on the national level against a washout whose only extracurricular activity was biking home. Being a year older or a guy didn't matter one bit. Struggle as I might, I couldn't even budge. My body was pasted to the ground. And though Kambaru couldn't be that heavy, I felt like she was crushing me. Kambaru, dots. You stay still, calm down. Calm down. Poison is going to spread through your blood if you don't. Kambaru was close to me. Our faces were practically touching, but she shouted so loud I thought she'd perforate my eardrums. Snakes are savage, but shy creatures. They won't do anything if you don't approach and assault them. Don't provoke it. Just stay still and the snake will go away. Snake. Behavior. It was the same, even for an aberration. Be it gripping or the use of pit organs. Which meant Kambaru was exactly right. Even I knew that much. If I stayed still, the Jagiri novel would leave. I'd already peeled it off of Sengoku. The snake would go back. But Kambaru, it would only go back. It wouldn't be banished. It would return. Turning back on the caster of the curse. When one curse is dug, when one is cursed, 2 holes are dug. When one is cursed, 2 holes are dug. Like a snake piercing the skin, 2 holes are dug. I beg you, Kambaru said in a pained voice, like she was pleading with me. Don't mistake who you're trying to save here. I heard it, the sound of the Jagiri-nawa crawling on the ground. I couldn't see the dust rising or the grass being parted from my angle, but I could tell the sound was receding at a steady pace. The Jagiri-nawa was trying to crawl away. Perhaps it had lost sight of me after Kambaru's left arm had transported me 15 feet away in one go. Or maybe the Jagiri-nawa hadn't given a damn about me in the first place. The snake was going back. Back to the one who had cast it, bringing back with it its curse. Dots. Slum. I could feel my strength leaving me. I wouldn't make it in time. I could give chase, but what hope did I have of following a snake I couldn't see? Sound and its presence would vanish once it left the grounds. And, to begin with, there was no getting out from under Kambaru. Even if I couldn't see myself doing it. Araragi-senpai. Kambaru must have felt me slump powerlessly. There was concern in her voice. I'm sorry, I apologized to her. I couldn't think of anything else to say. Sorry I forced that role onto you. Please, don't apologize, Dots. I wouldn't know how to reply. Yeah, Dots, sorry. Araragi-senpai. I'm sorry, Kambaru. Dots, I'm really sorry, Dots. Sorry was all I could say to her. It felt like I was always apologizing to Kambaru when it mattered the most. I really felt bad, burdening her. Dots, for such a pathetic senpai. I really did feel bad. Kambaru's decision was the right one. There was no denying it. I could have continued, but I had almost no chance of beating the Jagiri-nawa. How could I, a mock aberration, ever handle a real, live aberration? Frantically dodging the snake's biting attacks and collapsing from the poison rushing through my body as a result was the best outcome I could have hoped for. But I just hadn't been able to give up. It was like I'd been throwing a tantrum. That's why it hurt so much. The pain in my right arm, the pain in my left leg, they were nothing compared to this other pain. I was flimsy. I was feeble. I was utterly powerless. Koyomi Oni-chan, the snake gone. Sengoku approached Kambaru and me with faltering steps, having regained consciousness. The boundary was cleansed now that the aberration had departed, and the skill markings into her flesh had vanished from every inch of her skin visible on her swimsuit-clad body. Not half gone. Fully gone. Her skin was fair, smooth, beautiful. She wasn't suffering anymore. She wasn't hurting anymore. She wasn't going to have to cry anymore. Koyomi Oni-chan, thank you for saving me. Stop it. There are bits of breaks in the page, even for these lines, larger than normal. And he thinks this last part. Stop it. Sengoku, please, Dots. Don't mouth words like thank you that I can't bear to hear. I don't have any right to be thanked by you. Because of all things, I was trying to save even the person who cursed you. And now there's a real page break signifying a new section. And it begins as it always does. Oh, also this is page 007. And it begins as it always does. That's a little reader's note, sorry. The epilogue, or maybe the punchline of this story. I was roused awake the next day as usual, by my imoto, Karen and Skihi, and began getting ready to go to school. Tuesday, June 13th, a weekday. My right arm and my left leg seemed to have healed to the point where everyday tasks didn't pose an issue. With Kambaru and Sengoku supporting me on both sides, pathetically enough. I had gone to the abandoned cram school afterwards to have Shinobu drink a bit of my blood, so as to bolster my body's healing abilities. However, hands off my parents, I couldn't come home with a crushed arm and foot. As ever, Shinobu didn't speak to me. Perhaps she was appalled. Perhaps she wasn't thinking anything at all. Either way, she couldn't have minded a surprise opportunity to drink even more of my blood. It must have been in one of her better moods. As a matter of proper procedure, I did give a simple report of the events to Oshino, but he didn't say much either. Perhaps he was appalled. Perhaps he wasn't thinking anything at all. After that, I spent the night with everyone in one of the abandoned cram school's rooms. Sengoku had lied to her parents and said she was at a friend's sleepover party, so she had to be somewhere that night. With no other suitable locations available to us, we slept right there in the ruins. We were excited, at first like kids on a school trip, but all three of us had been tired and fell asleep in no time. If it's winter, then spring isn't far behind. Night is always followed by day. Kambaru and I walked Sengoku home, promised to meet again, then parted ways. After putting together some plans for Sentoku birthday party for a bit, I split up with Kambaru too at a crosswalk. Then, once I finally got home and got to work, falling back asleep in my own bed, I was roused awake by my imoto. For no real reason, I asked Tsukihi, "Do you remember Sengoku?" She replied saying she did. "Oh, you mean Sen?" When I heard that, I remembered. Just as she'd called me Koyomi Oni-chan, I'd called her Sen. Even so, couldn't call her that now. Changing into my school uniform, I began to think about why there had been two Jigiri Nawa. Why two snakes had possessed Sengoku. There was that girl, her friend, with her misbegotten grudge. She presented how the boy she fancied confessed to Sengoku, only to get turned down. The girl turned to occult charms, a fad at her school, and to a top-drawer curse at that. It was her way of venting steam, and she must not have thought it would actually work. That incident alone offered up one more person, another character who might have resented Sengoku. Yes, the boy whom Sengoku had given the cold shoulder. As with Sengoku's friend, I didn't know his name, but it wouldn't be shocking if he, too, held a misbegotten grudge against her. You could even call it reasonable, psychologically speaking, a simple case of romantic entanglement, of being head over heels. The girls didn't have an exclusive patent on those charms that were a fad at their school. It was entirely possible for someone to attempt a curse without informing the target, like an honest fool. Placing a curse in earnest, also a possibility. When one is cursed, two holes are dug. Well, that's all just my conjecture. I don't have any firm evidence, and even if I'm right, who the Jigiri Nawa went back to, the boy, the girl, or the boy, and how a returned curse works is something I can't hope to figure out. Sengoku doesn't need to know either. However you look at it, that would be shoes on a snake. And that is the end of Bakemonogatari Part 2. I will also say this. I am going to read Part 3 at the very least. And after that, I'll see how people feel, really. And we'll either continue or we won't. But uh, I'm going to end it here, at least for now. So if you somehow find yourself watching the video or the stream or whatever, thanks for watching and I'm sorry. Bye! Whew!
Alright, I need a bit of a break, gamers.
Alright, gamers, I don't really know what I want to do today. So I think what I'm going to do. I'm firing up Factorial a little bit more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know no one fucking likes it, but Oh no, I'm not muted. Go man. I was watching something and working. Imo wa Nadeko Snake Owari. I just finished Nadeko Snake today. Yeah, actually, Nautical Snake is really, really short in the book. It's longer in the anime, I think. Oh. And I actually, once again, I really enjoyed my reading today. I learned some things. So, in the anime for Bakemonogatari, Utsumi, they don't explain why Oshino doesn't just go put talisman on the shrine, but he explains it in the book. And I thought it was pretty neat. Nani? I should probably start even splitting these. Oh, do you want me to talk more about it? I'm just never really sure how interested people are in hearing me kind of talk about it. I have to find a spot to put a train station in here. Oh.
Give it like 10 seconds, then go back. I think that you're asking me what I'm going to do today. I kind of feel Zetsubol, so I don't really know what I want to do. Okay. And with that, we have pushed the aliens back again. This thing that we have to do every couple of days. Alright, I'm gonna go get some ice cream. Some comfort food. I will be right back. Enjoy watching the solar panels.
They've returned. Oh. It's Timmy, I don't know if you can hear me, but the reason why I was killing the aliens right now is because it's been a while since I did it, and they expand. They'll go so like this thing will grow, and I'm just I have to get rid of them every once in a while. Plus, I'm just kind of chilling because I don't think anybody's here. So, taking care of some chores. I'm trying to find. Oh, you're here. You're in the channel.
今ね、今。
So I'm just trying to relax and something brainless. Did a lot of work today on the factory. Namely, I set up a lot more trains. I did something. I don't even really remember. But I feel like I've been doing a lot. Did you understand what I was saying about Bakemonogatari?
Not really. You said people don't have interest in the ozone after like talking.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said I don't know if people do.
Oh,
Just 48 hours, Utsumi. And then I can see how close we are to beating the game.
何はいはい。水4つ飛ぶかなあ、ね。そんなよ。これね。これね。で、これで。あれ、これで。これで。これで。よし。仕事するか。
You're going to work?
I mean, doing work.
Oh.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
So do I send?
I know, but you said Shigoto Suruka, so I thought maybe you going. Or go in, I guess.
Suru means do. Doing.
I know, but feel like still makes sense, my reaction.
まあ、そうかもね。
I don't know what I want to do.
そういえば、エレクトリックプランツのレジェンダリーは終わったの？
And I don't need any more, technically, but still nice if I get some. Oh, extra always nice. Alright. I am done with Factorio for right now. What am I going to do now? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna play Dota.
I wanna play.
What's up?
Wanna play.
Okay, then play.
No, I got to work. I need to bump this today.
Then don't play.
Well, fuck you.
What? Gotcha.
まあ、頑張れば早く終わらせられるかな。まあ、薬飲まないと。
Hello, Udon. Udon, are you gaming?
30分で終わらせてやるぜ。
You can game. Yippee! Tomorrow's a big day for me. Because my wife says that she'll translate one dance for me. Because she loves me so much.
Well, it's a big day.
Because my wife says that she'll translate one dance for me.
Wow. It is a big day.
Hello, Jet. Jet, are you gaming?
Huh. Oh.
そう。俺が遊べない日に限って人の集まりがいいじゃないか。
たまたま今日はちょっと早い時間に仕事だから、ちょっとだけ早めに起き
許せねえ。
Speaking of polls. Speaking of polls.
お父さん2試合やりますか ?1 試合だけ
時間による、多分1試合だけかもしれない。
Jet, have you seen how many porn characters I've rolled in my past 3 sets of rolls? It's actually crazy. It's like 40% of the characters I'm rolling are porn.
Wow.
I've never had this happen
Lucky
before.
you?
No,
Oh.
there aren't a lot of emoto in porn.
Why not?
That's what I'm fucking saying. You know what, Udon? That's the most real and based reaction that you could have had. You've just healed my soul a little bit.
That's really funny.
I'm a little bit
Chocolate.
depressed today because I did not get the job that I was interviewing for, and
I am looking. I recognize one of them.
and I am, you know, slipping into the despair again that I will just never receive a job. I will just die in like a month or two.
I hope you don't.
Same.
Don't die.
Yeah, Tsui said don't die, so you can't die now.
It's not very helpful.
Well, what about me die and the insurance money sending you?
I don't think you have any insurance money. I don't think you know how that works.
She might.
At least in America, the way that it works is you have a job, and that job is like, hey, if you die, we will take care of your family a bit.
Android 21.
Evil,
Evil.
specifically.
He is evil.
Maybe prefers the evil version.
I love that. I
Do
love
you?
the character. Evil version is pretty good. I actually don't know. Oh, is it the one with she has okay, it's this one. I forgot what the non-evil version was. I think I will play one game.
Is it the one that's based off his wife?
Based off his wife?
The guy that made them. Dr. Zero. Name?
Jack, you're not allowed to know Dragon Ball Z.
Dr. Zero.
You are right, it's Dr.
Sure.
Gero, but you're not supposed to know that, bro. You're too young.
So true.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's fucked up because, like, literally every fucking friend that I've talked to, all of my Japanese friends, I've talked to Ogi, I've talked to Tasku, I've talked to Nemuriko, I've talked to Suzuko, and fucking all of them, Rudy, ghost me on DBZ. Utsumi ghosts me on DBZ, man. On anything Dragon Ball, it's just fucking crickets if you make a fucking reference. So
Yeah,
Jet's not allowed, Udon's allowed.
I'm
I'm allowed.
like 2 years older than me. It's
It's
fun.
not about age with Udon, it's about the fact that he's not Japanese.
I'm not Japanese, of course.
Udon goes
Outside
against
here, Udon.
so many of the Japanese norms.
That's true, yeah. I mean, I only know Dragon
Also,
Ball Z
that's
from
Android 21.
Dragon Ball Fighters. Oh.
And he looks like his wife.
So it's
Nice.
fucking upsetting that Jet, who has probably, you know, like, there's like a million things that I could say here, right? Like, Jet, he's probably like never handled a VHS tape, is like, oh yeah, that's Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army.
About it.
He's like,
I've
oh, that's
talked to you
Dr.
about how when I
Gero
was
from the Red
younger,
Ribbon Army.
I watched VHS. About specifically with The Nightmare Before Christmas.
I know, but I'm making a point here that you are not arguing against. Like, that's insane. The fucking Red Ribbon Army is really not super relevant in modern day. Even in modern day DBZ, there's like a little bit, right? So for him to say Dr. Gero so fearlessly is like, what the fuck is going on, man?
I do forget how old Dragon Ball is.
Pretty
Don't
old.
say that.
I was
Pretty
talking
old.
to my dad. I was watching like OG Dragon Ball. He was like, "Oh yeah, I remember watching that when I was a kid."
Yeah.
Wow, wait,
And it caught me off guard.
really?
Yeah.
I feel
Also,
like that's
Dragon Ball's super popular in Mexico too.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, but like I feel like I thought
I mean,
your
just
dad.
anime in general is super popular in
Yeah.
Mexico
No,
plus
specifically Dragon. Like,
Central and South America. Well, yeah, but like
okay.
a
Isn't
lot of
One Piece
anime.
also
Yes,
popular?
One Piece, I believe, is actually the country that is the second most popular in, or like it's the second most popular in South America. Japan obviously
Yeah.
loves it more, but
Who knows?
Japan might not be the highest consumer of it, just because there's like a lot of people in South America.
There's a bunch of them.
But it's also, it's pretty sick for them because Luffy is like canonically South American.
Yeah.
Also, Udon, I did plug in the board game I showed you, and it works.
It works? That's amazing.
Just need a new battery. They even have like all the pieces too. I'm so
Wow.
surprised.
That is insane, yeah. By the way, I forgot to comment on the thing that you sent me. Before the board game.
What's your comment?
And nice. I feel like I've seen
Okay.
her before.
Huh?
Maybe.
I'm a little surprised.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, what are we doing? What's happening?
I have no idea. I'm
No
playing
idea?
Dota right now because I have no idea what
It's
else
your
to
turn
do
pick.
Oh, okay.
in my life.
Okay,
I think that's
okay.
what we're talking about.
I told I'm in the despair pit right now, brother.
10 seconds.
You are?
remaining.
I didn't know.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I got crazy news for you. Wait, no, this isn't. I've never seen this before. For a moment, I was like, my cousin has this. I've interacted with this piece of plastic that you're talking about, but upon further inspection, I don't think I have.
Oh, maybe Tidehunter was not the greatest idea.
Udon, if I typed DJB to you, what do you think that means?
Daijoubu?
Everyone seems to get it. Utsumi told me that no one would understand. And yet, everybody that I pose it to, all of our Japanese friends, they all get it. They think for like 2 seconds.
I thought you were like mentioning like some fighting game thing, but I did not. I was not going to answer that. I don't see. I have not seen people type DJB at all.
I feel like that'd be someone typing GDJV.
GD
Cookies.
J what? What does the G stand for?
I don't know.
Oh.
No, good job.
No. And so I
Seems
sent
yes.
And so I sent it to Toru, and she did the same thing that everyone does, right? Or she's like, what does that mean? And then immediately after she sends, what does that mean? She goes, oh, Daijoubu. And I'm like, yep. It's a thing I'm starting. Because I hate typing out Daijoubu.
But you should typing Daijoubu. You should be typing it.
Why can't I? Why can't I have a little influence over the Japanese language?
No, it's not like he not
No,
no influence.
Click on the little thing in the top right, and once the game actually starts, it'll give you instructions on how to do it. I just don't remember.
I think it's Control Alt Left click on the icon. I don't understand.
Let's get moving.
I don't. What? You guys are rudes.
And Soru was a big supporter of it. She was like, yes, that owns. I told her Itsumi is a big doubter on it, but she doesn't understand how much of a trendsetter I am.
Wow.
Janai, if you want,
Take heed. I'm under attack.
Well, I'm good.
Yes.
I wonder if my creeps are ever gonna
Where
re-aggro
am I?
on this boar. Kind of pissing me off right now.
We were sick too. Alright. It's gonna be a hard lane.
Yes. Strength right.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Cool.
Those little guys are all so cute.
I sure do love when the enemy support just runs behind my tower and kills my courier, man.
Tracks of intruders. Seek the foe. Go to. Right.
Mission's taken away.
Pecora talked today about how... So Pecora, I'm only realizing now, streams every day. Like a certain somebody that we all know. And she was like, I just don't... I don't really know how I'm supposed to find a husband while doing this.
Let them see our teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And I did want to be like, well, you know, Pecora, like sometimes you just find a significant other.
Set upon them.
I mean, I found a significant other while just streaming every day,
Set upon them.
and I had a job.
Wow.
Against all strife. I'm under attack.
I'm surprised this Weaver didn't pick the hive mind.
Thanks, bear.
He's probably looking to maybe transition into being a carry. That's what a lot of people do.
Probably.
Yes.
A lot of people think if I'm going to be a core weaver, I should be skitter step.
I don't even remember what that does. Oh, it slows them.
Skitter step slows them, but also it has a higher movement speed.
Oh, okay.
Against all strife. Who calls me?
Weaver, I think that's not a good idea.
We will.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
to. Right. Yes.
Me thinking to myself, wow, I feel like I'm doing less damage, but I don't really know why.
Interloper.
How Urza works, you do less damage with the less health you have. Brother, it's fucking program, man.
Set upon them.
Killing spree.
Oh, can you kill him?
We get the keys for our house tomorrow. Let's go, Maddie.
Set upon them. I'm under attack. Push them back.
Oh, Jet, you're bowling the Pudge. Nice.
Mitts. Not going too bad.
Maddie, can you get me a job, too? It seems like
But you
a
get
lot
a
of
house.
things are happening on her end. Why shouldn't I ask her? Things go well for her.
He borrowed something, but I don't know what it is.
Yes.
Dominating.
Well, Weaver just went in and died. By himself. It's not a good sign.
Yes.
Hello, Maddie.
Illusion.
Join with me. Ah! Fresh meat.
Nick's missing. Weaver's going top.
For the forest.
Top tower is under attack.
Ooh, nice.
There's really no reason to stand for this. Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed. Your middle tower is under attack.
My thanks. Set upon them.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Seek the foe.
Ah,
Go to.
ora mo subite.
Fuck me, man.
We will
Oh,
join with me. Yes.
let me know when you guys are set up and wanna maybe start doing things, Maddie.
Fangs bared. For the forest. Yes.
Okay.
Let them see our teeth. Not yet. Trust me now. Against all strife. Oh. We fight as one. The enemy is near.
The shit that they decide not to adapt in the Wand Dance anime is so weird. Because, like, when we're talking about anime, like, the most expensive thing is the animation.
Mhm.
Right? So, like, you would think that they would... Like, most of the things that they decide to not put in would be animation related. Because, like, you can really save a lot of months if you do that. But sometimes it's, like, dialogue that they decide to cut. And it's like, that's cheap. That's, like, literally...
That is very cheap.
You just ask the dude, or, you know, like, the woman to say the thing. There's, like, there's this important scene. So, it's about dancers, as, you know, for people who don't know.
Mhm.
And it's about, largely follows this dude with a stutter, and this weird girl that is also... She's not weird because she's into dancing, but she's weird because she's weird. And there's this scene where they talk about, like, she mentions that, like, her goal is to be, like, the best dancer in the world. She wants to be...
Your middle tower is under attack. The Radiant fortified their structures.
This shit's getting a little complicated. She mentions that she wants to be, like, the best dancer in the world. And right after that, like, the main character acknowledges it, and then he's like, after this competition that we go to, let's form, like, a dance team. And they included the part where she said that she wants to be, like, the best in the world, but they cut the dance team part. But it's like, it's, I don't know, it would have been, like, no effort. Right? Like, just reuse the same talking animation if you have to, and just have them say the thing.
Let's talk about your Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree by your top tower. Double kill. Your life's in tatters. Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Killing spree. Let's talk about your
Man, he's gonna live!
Oh.
That hurts. I have to go fuck off and farm for a bit.
top
Yeah.
tower is fallen.
I did pretty well in my lane, but I think I'm blowing it a little bit. I think my brain is a little broken.
Also, Midi says, like, God. A lot of kills.
Oh, really?
What? Oh.
That's really bad.
Yeah,
for
she
me.
got 5 kills. Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack.
Udon, I'm gonna say something that's insane, everybody. I forgot Udon was in this game.
That was very quiet.
No, I
Very quiet.
don't think it has anything to do with that. I think that I'm just, like, broken. It's like a human being. At the moment.
You're just tired.
No, I'm in the Zetsubo.
Oh, this is
Mm.
The enemy is near. For the forest.
You know, I did a dumb thing. I got my hopes up. I dreamed at all about having a job.
Ah, that makes sense, yeah. Next year, by the way.
Under attack.
Oh,
I don't have my ult, but I'm... running.
I'm just gonna die. I shouldn't have listened to this Weaver. I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
He had nothing to provide to this. Except like a body. And it's like, brother, I need like a slow or something. I'm trying to farm max at the moment.
Another stain on the back.
Get the kill, thank you.
I cannot believe that the Weaver killed the Beastmaster.
A short winter snap.
Wanna?
Well, we don't have Ravage, so this is like...
Yeah, this is really scary. Nyx is there.
You've got like 3 heroes just surrounding you right now.
Yep, yep, yep.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
We got Blink.
He has Impale.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Mana burn.
Awesome.
Sick. Oh, good.
Oh, 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 oh.
It's just run away. Just
Oh,
run away,
you're dead.
just run
Okay.
away. I need to fuck off and farm.
Your
Yep, yep,
bottom
yep.
tower is under attack. Why is this happening?
Oh wow.
Yes.
Jet.
Killing spree.
Fangs bared.
Jet. You saw it all happen.
Yes.
It was just on your screen.
We will.
You saw him move to where he was clearly moving to hook you. What happened mentally?
Let's talk about your top tower.
No, Nyx just didn't attack me. Okay. Maybe Pudgel's not ready or something? Sorry. Nyx is using his ult and going up, not going up to this triangle.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Medusa has a blink dagger.
Of intruders.
And she has no boots.
She is undulation, so she will not be purchasing boots.
Oh, that one.
Come near.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire Snow fortified their structures.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be spam farming right now. Hello, yes, I'm muting you.
Who calls me?
I'm supposed to be farming right now.
Come no
This ability does nothing for my farm.
Killing spree.
Thank you for your concerns. They have been duly noted.
My gosh, I got 900 gold from killing that guy?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
for the forest. Not yet. Sit upon them.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Like, it would be sick if my team made the same amount of space that their team made. You know? Like, I think that would be pretty
Your
cool.
bottom tower is
Why don't I get the type of, what the fuck are you doing at you? What have you done in the past 2 minutes?
Fiercely now.
You've been up here for like 2 minutes, just running around in circles. Where's the what the fuck to that?
Whoever's that? Who is Dagon? Okay.
I have you muted and you're typing to me. It's crazy.
Right.
Mute me. Move on with your life.
Fight is one.
We'll both be happier.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Against all strength.
You smash your second
Bottom
up?
tower is under attack. Dominating.
Like, he has the nerve to type to me, and, like, we see them encroaching on Jet. Jet's, like, trapped on this tower, and he's doing nothing, again. Just, I don't really know. Again, like, what have you done in the past minute? You've walked back and forth here. Stop typing.
I have my shard, and I have my, I don't have my ult.
I don't
almost said I
have
my
shit.
ult.
I can't fight yet.
I lied. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Has to be all you guys.
Yep. That's what I'm trying to do.
I need 2 items. I need this, I need a blink dagger. And then maybe I can do something.
It's not time yet.
Look, don't steal.
Let's talk about your
No. I think top lane is the goner.
Your top tower is under attack.
I think you're right.
I think my assumption is correct. No, Nick's behind you.
This might happen.
Aw, I can't get there in time.
Them see our teeth. Take heed.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Fiercely now.
This is a bad idea. Oh, shit, I
Yeah.
shouldn't have come. It's my bad.
I think I used my ult too fast. We can kill the next assassin in time.
You need
It's pretty surprising.
you need more items before defusal, probably. But it's fine. Just go the defusal. Too late now. Or no, it's not.
Absolutely,
Fuck
actually,
it.
I
Fuck
just
it.
clicked on
Fuck
that
it.
accident.
Let's. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Your middle tower has fallen.
You should maybe just
I'll put it
buy
on my
power
next
treads right now.
Okay.
For the forest. Sit upon them.
God, it would be sick if you guys had like another support on the team.
We got one.
Take heed.
Another stain on the
Go
battlefield.
to.
I think we just have to take this. Yep. We should just keep going.
Yeah.
Please? I'm hoping that...
We just ulted. I cannot go back in.
Correct.
Hold my fangs. I'm under attack. Interloper. I'm not ready. Yes.
Alright, well that was really
Careful, you
good.
can just vendetta in and kill one of you.
For the cobs.
Let's just take the win. The win largely being that we didn't lose a building off this.
Forest.
I'm coming back in. This can be fine.
I have my ult. I should have waited a little bit. Shard. Oh, I should have just used my Anchor Smash. I'm buying Maze Slayer, by the way.
It's fine.
I feel like this game's really good.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'm buying Scepter.
Go for me. Seek the foe.
嘘でしょ
Set upon them. Yes. Fangs bared. We fight as one.
Got my Mage Slayer.
It's not time yet. Tracks of intruders. Who calls me?
Oh, you already have your diffuse on Lung Dagger.
Fuck me, man. Fuck me, man. Blade mail.
I wish I had my ult there. Alright, that was a very good attempt, I would say.
Oh, that sucks. Didn't work out.
Yeah. If we gotten a kill, and, you know, that would have been pretty good, even if you died. Should I get pipe before my my scepter?
I don't even think you
I
should buy
feel
Axe
like-
this game. I don't think you should buy Axe. You should
Oh,
put some
really?
other stuff. Yeah. It's
thought I
like
can
good
just,
with
like-
me, but
Let's talk about your
Well, mostly I wanted to just kill off the Beastmaster's minions.
you see this guy?
Yeah, I see that guy.
Yes.
There's like at least 3 people there.
Yeah, but there's no Beastmaster. up
Medusa's
here.
here too. There's no
We
Beastmaster,
should go on somebody.
Kill this guy?
Yeah.
Set upon them.
We can still go. I have my ult.
we got a lot out of that. I'm pressuring this more.
Strife.
Beastmaster's here. He ulted me.
Oh fuck!
No hook.
Alright. Shit's getting real spooky in these fights, man.
Yeah, it feels like it's. I feel like we're doing a lot,
Go to.
and
I
we're.
feel like the whole
you
time I'm
know-
scared I'm about to die in like half a second.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, it's always a very close fight.
Fangs bared.
Should I get Shiva's?
Ah.
Triplet.
Yeah, sure. I can go along with that. Can we do something?
Oh my gosh, Punch didn't aim me. I'll get Shiva's.
Tracks of intruders. I'm not ready.
Going in more? Oh.
Medusa's really low. Nice.
Double kill.
Nice.
What the fuck are you doing, Ursa?
The enemy's bottom tower is gone.
I really want to get this Gush armor.
Oh,
-4 Gush armor.
does he go shield? Oh, he's already bought it, so that's fine.
Don't attack him, just go back.
You need a grenade. Like a million years ago.
I forgot that just
Just attack him, just attack him. Oh, fuck.
Killing spree.
I am on my way. Just in case anything more keeps happening. I am on my way here.
We Rubik TP back, so. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fine,
yeah,
that's fine,
anything.
that's fine.
I don't have any mana.
I'm out of here, I'm out of here.
Yep. Oh, I couldn't go back. I'll be fine, I'll be fine. Are you gonna be fine?
Thank you.
Yes.
It's not time yet.
Woo! Cool, I love when I don't get to upgrade my neutral item, because I don't get the one fucking enchantment that matters the most for this hero. Neutral items are fun. Interactive.
Join with me. Honey from the comb. Against all strife. Not yet. Come near.
Be careful, he has hook.
Fiercely now.
Or maybe he doesn't.
Bro, I cleared the damn jungle. I keep going to camps that I farmed in the past 50 seconds.
Sit upon them.
Like a fucking idiot. I didn't realize I farmed this fast already.
Now you have Battle Fury and everything.
Tracks of intruders. Not yet.
I know, but I farmed 2 creep waves. And usually that takes up enough time that, like, you know, the minute passes over.
That's texture, yeah. Probably a lot of people are there. We're going kind of far away. We're still. I think we can still go, right? I have my ult.
I'm following.
Let them see our teeth.
Going this way.
Fangs back.
Let's take this top tower and just wait for Roche to come top.
I got cloaked by Rubik.
Good job, Jet.
Elisa blinked. She has arcane blink.
Radiant's courier has been
We can just
killed.
keep pushing
The
this.
enemy's top tower had to go.
Blink down for 10 seconds.
Nyx is here. Oh, I ulted him, but I didn't ult Medusa. Beastmaster's here.
Still? You think?
It's not time yet.
Nope.
Power them. And you should tank the creeps. You should tank this tower.
How do I change the
So, one way that you can do it is you need to stand the closest and spam attack orders in the tower. So that when the next creep dies, it will order to you. Alright, so
Oh.
now we can steal this, we can go get Roche.
The enemy's top tower just shattered.
You take it, you take it, you take it. You're 3 levels below me.
We were in trouble.
Alright.
I'm running mid. I don't know if this is a kill or not. I've checked my neutral item for the 8th time, even though I know I'm not upgrading it, like fucking ever.
Sorry, I got hooked by Pudge.
You should
I'm
be
ulted.
fine.
I'm getting ulted.
Are you fine? Are you dead?
I think I'm dead.
Well...
It's not time yet.
I'm going to rush. I'm going to rush.
Set upon them.
Yeah. That's why he stopped moving. Well, I hope this game ends in like 20 minutes.
Why?
Cause I have work.
Udon!
I thought this game's gonna be ending like, 40 to 50 minutes.
Quick game.
Surprised that, it could. It's not gonna be like 80-minute game.
Yeah, it's not.
Rubik's probably
I'm running to
dead.
this. Just in case there's anything I can do.
Just said 2. You might just want to run back.
Fuck, dude. This fucking blows. I shouldn't have come. I should have come.
Double kill.
I also wish that the Rubik had just abandoned you.
Yeah, I should have pinged him. I didn't realize he was running towards me. Oh. Should have waited a little bit more.
Look at the space that this fucking Weaver's making, though, man.
Wow.
Oh!
Oh!
Okay, that's fucking crazy that he didn't just go mid. But listen, you just bought us like 20 seconds, so it's fine. Thank God they didn't go to Roche. Oh, but she got a fucking DD! I might buy back here. I might buy back.
Yeah, I have my ult. If you're gonna buy back,
I'm buying
then
back.
I will. Oh, okay.
Are under attack.
I'm right back too.
Your middle barracks have fallen. Dire have fortified their structures. Really need to do something about your middle barracks.
Udon? Udon?
Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, for some reason, my 2 button doesn't work. Wait. My number... my
Number key
numbers...
users. Taking my
That
damn...
doesn't work. What?
Yeah,
What is
there's
happening?
this is happening to Chancer and Typical as well. I don't really know why, but it doesn't affect me because I don't use any number keys in Dota. Well, except for my control group, but it's a minority of heroes. I'm a little scared. I just got a failed hook attempt on me, top. So they're definitely lurking top. The Tide Hunter getting hooked here really ruined the Roach plans.
Right.
Did I get Scotty?
Can...
For the forest.
I swear, dude, Stone Gaze is always up. It's always available.
Nice. We were still fighting, by the way, Nyx.
I know,
Nyx.
but I'm too low. I can't go near Nyx.
Yeah.
I can't go near that Nyx assassin. He'll just kill me.
Why is my number Jesus? What's happening? I'll just disconnect and come back. Or something.
I'm sure they'll be back. You really destroyed your bottom tower.
Is Nyx still over there?
Yeah, he probably ran off.
Probably is not. the
The last time we saw him, he was
I
just
know,
running
but
off.
like I needed to be certain because he'll just kill me.
No, don't ask me, ask
I
the-
know.
the-
I did.
yeah.
I asked in game.
Oh, okay.
He was still over here. I'm so glad I didn't fucking show up.
Yes.
What is it now?
Right.
Alright, Tide is reconnecting. His fucking shit broke. I'm doing Roche. I'm not doing Roche.
Battle.
Because they see me. Fucking cool, man!
I'm still wondering what I'm gonna buy. It's either Octarine Core, Scepter.
Double kill.
Alright. Yeah, I'm just buying Scepter.
Oh.
The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit.
You know what I'm doing?
What you doing?
I'm rolling waifus. Himemori Luna! Yeah, finish off that tower. Okay, never mind. We're good.
The enemy's bottom
Use your force staff on the punch. Just start blasting. Just A click on the ground. Attack
I'm
instead
stunned.
of. You're not
I'm
stunned for the whole time.
I was. I got hit by like a bunch
You
of
were rooted for some of that. So. Root is not a stun.
Root it.
Root means you can attack. Which is why I told you just to A click on the ground.
He has... What?
Do we really want to contest
he got
that?
Moon Shard. We just got Moon Shard. I'm not... You know, I don't have enough gold for buyback. I need 300 more gold.
I don't think we do this. I think we're throwing. I think we chill out.
I'm not ready.
Okay, they're pretty low. They're pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian Angel used. Fudge is healed up to almost full.
I'm getting
I
out.
think
I'm
it's a
getting
good
out of here.
idea.
This is
Yeah.
we're throwing. We're throwing. Let's just chill the fuck out.
This Weaver got nullifier.
Fiercely now.
They're pushing bot.
Thank
They
God
don't have
that they went
creeps,
for a lane that we can easily defend instead of going top
Yeah. Oh,
or
actually,
mid. There we go.
Beastmaster. Yeah, mid. There you go. There's one person who knows.
Oh no! Dire Snow fortified their structures.
Set upon them.
Your top tower is under attack.
Weaver's going back.
I don't have TP for like another couple of seconds.
They're all missing now. They're all missing.
Yeah, they're not here.
Oh, Visa's here.
Oh shit! They're here. Who could have anticipated this?
Who could have? No one could have.
Whew. That's my bad.
That's pretty bad.
Oh, we've got Ravage and Jet up. We can hold for 80 seconds. I don't have buyback though, because I don't have the money. I'm not even close.
How much
to the
gold do you
money.
need?
I need it's not. I'm not even close.
Okay.
But I think you guys can defend the high ground. Drop a tier 2 if we have to. Because these lanes are pretty pushed out. I don't know why it takes them so long to push lanes. They literally have a fucking super creep lane.
Beast.
But no, not the Beastmaster. The fact that they have a lane that just inherently pushes.
Yeah, I know. I thought you were talking about bottom.
"45 seconds, gamers."
I didn't know Scepter lowers cooldown of
Bottom
Gotch.
tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
That wouldn't lead for.
Both long as faithful. Stop checking your neutral item. You're not changing it.
I don't have any mana. Wow.
Don't let the middle tower fall.
For the forest.
Run down.
Come no closer.
You take 2 lotuses, I take 2 lotuses.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm just gonna take all of them and I'll just feed one to you.
Yeah.
That's better. Set upon them.
Here, Udon.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet.
Oh my god.
Against all strife. Yes.
Lisa used Manta Style.
Join with me. Go to.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
I'll rend their flesh.
The enemy's bottom tower is full.
I'm on
Is there a
30
reason why I'm
seconds.
doing like literally 0 damage?
No
Ah,
clue.
Enemy's bottom
Omni Knight.
I got ulted.
Get out.
I have ult in 5 seconds. We could try to get this. We could try to get this.
Yeah, we can definitely do mid. I just don't want us to fight into the burrow.
I got break. Medusa's TPing back. Medusa's TPing behind you guys. And I cease disarm.
Whew. Get out if you can. Oh!
Alright, that's a really good buyback.
Weaver.
Triple kill.
How did he end up there? If you can get this, I have buyback.
It's under attack.
Thank you.
A golden thread.
Now I'm buying back.
Your fallen barracks have fallen. After what happened to all the towers,
I'm buying back.
dire structures are fortified.
Thanks, Bell.
I'm gonna hit these creeps really quick, and then I'm going with Rubik in a second.
Yes.
Maybe we can find someone here.
Yes. Let them see our
It ain't gonna be up. You know we're not getting a minimum spawn.
right.
That's my buyback, though.
I'm not ready.
I know buyback too.
Set upon them.
Only there was some item I could buy that gave me some sort of magic immunity, so I would stop getting stunned so much.
Who calls me?
That'd be a cool item.
That would be a cool item.
Yeah, you need to get the fuck over
He has
here.
a war?
Use grenade, but don't use force staff. I'm backing
What's
up.
about back?
Seek the foe.
Grenade is better for passive movement because it's got a shorter cooldown. So when you use it for passive movement, right, you don't leave yourself like more vulnerable, right? Because you're more likely going to have it back up in time. You understand?
Gotcha.
For the forest.
Does that make sense? What I just said?
Shorter cooldown.
I think we gotta leave. 'Cause I can't blink into stone gaze.
That is real quick.
Double kill.
I'm running over
Bucks
here.
behind.
I'm running over here.
Yeah. Have no mana. Lisa's dead.
Set upon them.
Nick's here.
That guy's got no buyback.
Hey, they have no
We
buyback.
have no reveal, man. This shit's like impossible. No reveal. Yes, he didn't mana burn me.
The enemies have power to shoot it into little pieces.
Well, I'm dead.
I'm not ready.
Then blink? Oh, it's
I
a short enough.
couldn't
It's a
blink.
short enough cooldown. Yeah.
No, maybe.
No. He has a less than or a 3-second cooldown damage.
Oh, okay.
Drop like some stupid hot thing. Killing spree.
We're really bad at taking melee racks.
This is really bad for.
I think
A lot of
we could
things.
lose right here, right now. Jet, do not fucking die. Put your fucking treads on strength. Jet, let me type this out for you.
Boogie.
Man, I'm gonna type it and fucking talk here.
Mm,
How much is fucking... What do you think is better, Jet? 10 damage, 10 attack speed, 1 armor, or 220 health at this point in the game?
I'd assume the health.
Looks like Dire fortified their structure.
Like, if you look at, like, percentage-wise, what that 10 damage, 10 attack speed is, it's fucking nothing to you, man.
Our middle tower is under attack. Are you even watching your ancient?
Yeah, the Medusa's just going for Ancient.
Alright.
That sucks.
Well, I'm sad that we lost, but I'm happy that I can get ready for my work. So I will be seeing you guys.
You're
I need to
gaming gamers.
rush. Alright, bye bye.
Yeah.
I still got my rares.
Then each game I've played.
Oh. I did kind of just own him just now with the Toa would be ashamed of how you act. Alright, who's jet rolling? Off-brand Bulma. Ugh. Oh, are we going more? Are we going more? Did I finish Ursa just now? I did. Don't need to go lose any more games as Ursa. It's fucked up. Both my Ursa games were against Medusa. But that game was actually super competitive. We almost won that game. But we let Nyx Assassin get eggs, and we needed more reveal, I think. Ah!
Fallout New Vegas might get canceled tomorrow as well. Because I have a collab in 6 hours that I might crash after. But we'll see. We'll fucking see. Alright, if we can get one more player, I'll go. Any hunters? One more player that isn't Utsumi. She's busy. Alright, chat, I don't think we're getting people. Close some Dota. Never mind. I'm relaunching Dota, Jet. Also, Jet, you're muted if you don't know. And you know what, Utsumi? While I'm waiting for typical, watch an anime. Cue whenever you're ready, Jet. That you weren't supposed to find a match that fast.
Oh, my bad.
Take us back. Look a little harder. But not too hard, right?
Seconds remaining.
The guy is level 62.
Pretty sure it's your turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
For us all?
5 seconds remaining.
Ah! Hunt Pugma balls.
Prepare for battle.
Poogie! Both of our teammates are AFK. Want to see something cool, Jet?
30 seconds to battle.
Sure.
Look at my feet.
Mhm.
Steam, because I'm fire. I'm in the river,
Oh,
and then when I leave it,
so true.
it stops doing it. Isn't that neat?
That's neat. I'm very dead.
Super dead.
Little fair collection. My reach is long.
Dire's courier has been killed. killing spree. Double kill.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower has been denied. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Took my spot.
Killing spree. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant have fortified their structures. Dominating.
Oh, I should have just gone for mid tower. Every rune has spawned in his favor. Plugging his head at bottom with an invis rune, careful. Never mind, he's on me.
Mega kill. Killing spree. You really should look at your bottom tower.
We're gonna need our offlane to carry a lot this game, but I don't really know if I have the faith in them. You're not gonna outrun this pug. Need you to. Oh. I also really wish this dude was not rushing an Ags. Too bad.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Magnus head at bottom, careful.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
Right now, Jet, the name of the game is just not dying. We're gonna need some time to catch up to them, I think.
He's right here.
I'm running over there, but I think you're just dead. I don't know why that Venge was farming that bottom part of the jungle, but you should be farming that.
Your bottom tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand for this. Your middle tower is under attack. entire structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Well, at least we got one tower. Huge. Let's get one more tower here.
The enemy's middle tower
Leading.
has fallen. That one's not coming back.
I'm actually so annoyed that I don't do enough damage to two-shot these briefs. Get out of here. Alright, good job everyone. Sick fight. Who is dead? Vengeful Spirit. Why did you ult anybody there?
No,
I said, why didn't you?
I didn't see him.
Okay.
two heroes probably because could have died. Not that shrapnel just now, but like earlier in the fight.
Gift from the goddess. Your bottom tower is under attack. You really should look at your bottom tower. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Oh man. What a fucking dumbass combo, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Dire have fortified their structures. Double kill. The enemy's
I think we
top
go up.
tower had to go.
I do need this next free play.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm good.
I don't think you want that to happen. You really should look at your bottom tower. Dire snow fortified their structures.
We're out of here. We're out of here. Don't linger too long. Ooh. Okay, maybe we aren't out of here. We're out of here. We're out of here.
Middle tower fall?
Don't fucking die to this. We're between like 2 or 3 heroes right now.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
Ruh-roh, Raggy! Well... we're just making space for Jet. Yeah.
Double kill.
I don't know about Ghost Sceptering against the Pugna.
Killing spree.
Jet, you gotta stop going out here. You need a bodyguard,
Killing
brother.
spree.
I mean, did have vision there.
I know, but like, that's still like there's like a million safer places for you to farm, you know? This whole bottom part is you know, was here. I'm a little low on souls, so I'm gonna try to avoid this. Maybe not. Picked up a couple.
Your
Fuck.
bottom tower has fallen.
That sucks. I've got a DD rune. I'm running bottom. Maybe I can find somebody.
Let's talk about your top tower. Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed. There's no more top tower. I thought this
I'm running over here.
your top tower is under
Run.
let's talk about your top tower. I guess Radiant fortified their structures. Your top tower
Fucking
is under
annoying
attack.
bitch. Always ratting. And then Roche bashes you.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Are you living or dead? I don't know. I just keep looking at my mini map and it looks like you're fucking dead, man.
Mega kill!
Spectre TP'd out though. We're gonna be ulting back in. Careful. Try to aim for these other people a lot more here, Jet. Also, you should ult the dead dude. Ult him. Okay. Don't ult the Bristleback.
Oh, yeah, he has the one item.
He will stun you for 2 seconds if you do. Because he's got Lotus. And an axe.
tower didn't know what hit it. Unstoppable!
The pattern is complete!
Nullifiers up. Jet by a Silver Edge. Get out of the jet. Get out! Good pathing just now. Thank you for not going down, walking into that black shit, and then getting spectral. But thank you. I don't know if you did it on purpose or not, but...
I did.
Okay.
I don't know what that spell does, but it looks scary.
It's her dagger. She puts it on somebody, it makes a path that she moves faster on, they move slower on, but also it gives them vision. Why she has the spell, so that she can ult on people. Let me get these. I need these. Thank you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This is Utsumi when she gets a nade. Oh! I need to find, like, a little bit of time just to go fucking run off and just, like, take a
Your bottom
rest.
tower is under attack.
Like, I need to not show up to a fight, but I'm pretty sure if I don't show up to a fight, like, we just, like, lose? I think we need presence for the Dark Lord.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Man, I love Spectre. Start shooting, start shooting.
Oh, so it's done. Doesn't my mic pick up my sneezes?
It does, but also you need to stop shooting Bristleback so much. Your job is to kill like everybody else.
Your middle tower is
Like when you spend 10 seconds shooting Bristleback instead of shooting just like anybody else, right? You're actively hurting the team because one, he's getting more bristles off, right? But two, like you could have killed Witch Doctor in the same time, right?
It looks like
Witch Doctor and Jakiro, maybe.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower has fallen.
We should not have flipped that. But also, I don't know, I just can't show. The Spectre is so strong.
Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you. The enemy is attacking your middle barracks. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
Poogie! Timmy, are you watching? Am I ruining this anime for you?
No.
Oh.
Your top tower is under attack.
You know, because you seemed interested yesterday, so I don't want to watch it without. Ah, shit. God damn, I'm good.
Let's talk about your top tower.
You see that, Jet? You see how I perfectly predicted where he would stand? Didn't need a Yules or anything? He's impressed. Just silently.
Silently impressed.
Oh, Roshan. Something tells me we haven't seen the last of him.
My reach is long. As ever.
When did you pick Sniper? Did they counterpick you with fucking Spectre, man? It's made this game so much harder. because like you don't have. It's so hard for you to play this game, right? I fucking hate Spectre. Man, it's 6 seconds. She gets 6 seconds to decide to go back to her fucking original place, Jet. Doesn't that seem a little bullshit? That she gets to risk-free, basically go after you like that, and then just go back? It feels a little fucking bullshit to me, man. That she didn't have to commit to that whatsoever.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant has fortified their structure.
Bye back. Maybe don't. Watch them and make the decision for yourself if it looks like we're about to just fucking lose the game. Obviously, I'd rather you buy back, right, than we just lose. Oh my god, dude. I'm healing. Need souls. Boogie. It's super risky for me because I don't have a way to escape Haunt if she does it to me right now. Yeah, also I don't have buyback. So I shouldn't be out here, I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Yep.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
10 seconds on Aegis.
Bottom tower is gone forever. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Aegis is gone. You gotta get out of there, bro. Shadow Blade. And just run. Shoot him. Shoot. Yeah, you just shoot there because you can't escape anyway. Okay, maybe you can't escape. I don't know, it was really close to tell on being able to escape there. Just buy back. It's the game here.
Use that shit.
I'm in your debt.
Gamers, I'm gonna be real with you. I think I've been less than useful this game. My apologies.
Let's talk about it. Your top tower is fallen.
No, I just don't buy BKB. I just needed to buy BKB, and then I think we just fucking win. But
Top barracks have fallen. The enemy now has mega crews.
but also, it's just like super annoying. Jet plays like 4 heroes, and he picked fucking Inspector, and just like ruins its sniper game. She ults me here, and I die. If she just ults me here, I die. She didn't ult me. Okay. I'm running after this typical, but I don't think this is going anywhere. Wait a minute. Okay. Is this real up here? It is! Okay, well, obviously we try to end the game off that. Right?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pookie has fled. No!
I gotta go heals.
Lotus is there.
Just keep going.
I'm going ham, bros.
Dire structures are fortified.
I'm not going ham yet.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. There go the enemy's top barracks. Nicely done. The enemy's top barracks have fallen.
I need this next group wave.
Not mid. Bristleback's here. I'm dead.
Killing spree. Don't let your middle tower fall. Middle tower is down. You just let them. Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower won't Killing spree.
Damn! He just fucking 3-hitter.
Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you. Keep that for ancient. It's kind of the name of the game. Radiant structures are fortified. Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory!
Bikini Warriors. Like, Jet, are you looking at the? I rolled like I think 3 or 4 H characters in a row.
There's a lot. Shame I don't recognize any.
Yo, Tsum Tsum the
YOLO.
maid! What it'll this? I like that. Shitty.
Alright, so it's obviously Aul, right? I think he's getting away. Weisel.
かわいそ
It's the name of the show!
Proceeding. It's honestly like a little more fucked up than just killing them. Yes, yes, become more like her. Be the perfect man for her. This isn't the last episode. Molto. They love him.
何？後にして。
Oh yeah.
Ah,
God bless you, my child.
thank you. わかったわかった。ご飯にしよう。うん、ご飯にしよう。じゃあまだもやろ。わかった。ご飯にしよう。行くよ。はい。
Nani?
Downloading episode.
No, I'm messaging somebody. Told them one thing.
Wanda. Vale. はい。一般のやつでいいのよ。
Girls band cry. Monogatari. I'm rolling waifu. Shady. 終わり。
結構良かったね。
何？
結構良かったね。
I don't know what cool means. Except for marriage.
Quite. Not very, but not small.
I don't know what you mean.
Then don't care.
No, I care. I want to know.
It's not a little, but it's not fucked on. A lot.
結構 or
結構
結構 means a little or not a lot?
It's middle high.
Okay,
guess.
okay. I didn't understand what you were saying before. I didn't know if you were saying what kekko means or if you were saying I was a little right or a little wrong or something. You need to use a couple more words to start.
Okay.
Ooh.